Is the slides ready? He asked me to prepare slides. Ordinarily, I would just speak to you from my heart. All right, my name is Ayodeji Stephen. I'm the convener of the Dare to Dream conference. And I'm moving closer to you because Dare to Dream is not about, I know the paparazzi is very important. But as a young person, it's very important that we understand that there is more for us to do. There is more for us to do. You see, one of the very easy things for a young person to do is to say, oh, who tell you say then go send your papa for there? Why? Because there are doors that we have been told is not for us. There are rooms that we have been told we do not belong in. But the Dare to Dream conference is aimed at inspiring a new generation of thinkers, of people that believe in themselves and go after what they want. Now, you see, I'm not saying that there are no challenges. In fact, I face challenges daily. I'll give you an example. While we were here yesterday, we were hosting a boot camp, not under Dare to Dream, under one of our other projects in Lagos. And we put out the call, and when the call was put out, we expected people to start applying, and suddenly people started saying, the link is not working. I clicked on the link on my end, the link was working. People were clicking on the link on their end, the link was not working. And for us, that marks, because, see, whatsoever we do, and those that work with me know this, whatsoever we do within our organization is for people. It's about people. And so if people cannot come for that event, there is no event, right? And guess what? It's the first edition of that event that we'll be hosting. And so that was very challenging for us, right? And so I'm not saying that there will be no challenges. In fact, there should be challenges. Yesterday, I was speaking with people here, and I was telling them that if your dream does not scare you, then it is not dream enough. And so I want you to have a reflection right now. Think about the biggest thing that you have ever thought of yourself becoming, and ask yourself, does it really scare me? Or am I just excited of the benefit that comes with it? Because you see, it's not about excitement. See, as a builder, because I've built a couple of things. One of the things that I've realized is that until you change your mindset from one that is just excited about what you're doing into you looking out for results, you have not started. And so, the Dare to Dream conference, the Dare to Dream project, is aimed at this. A minute before we go on. All right. And so, I think the slide deck does not work, so I'm just going to speak to you from my heart. As a young person, the best part of your life is not in the past. The biggest things that you can do are not in the past. And when you think about your life, you need to think about your life as a land of possibilities. One of my friends, his name is Chibu, who would also be speaking. He said something one day, and for those that are in the real estate business, this might be useful for you. He said, the whole earth is real estate. The whole earth is real estate. Do you know how that changed my mind? I just thought about it. If I'm in the real estate business, the whole world is my playing field. The whole earth is my playing field. And as a young person, as we go about our projects, we go about our lives, we must avoid the mindset that tells us that there is a certain limit that we can only get to and we cannot go beyond that. I'll give you an example. In 2021, I was in Abuja, and for about 6 months, I was homeless. I practically slept on the floor. I'm not giving you gist though. You know, people look at me. I mean, I've had 1 or 2 cases. People look at me and say, oh, you look like you were born into money. I'll tell you something. and I say this, I mean, this is a church, and I say this under God. When my parents gave birth to my elder brother, we were so broke, my parents ate mangoes for 1 week straight. We were that broke. All right? Now, but the mindset of a dreamer, and maybe that's what I'm going to share with you, is not one that is just focused on making financial gains. It's not one that just focused on having money. It's one focused on being a solution beyond yourself. Now, when you think about the things that you can do in this world, think about putting up systems, creating solutions that go beyond yourself. Don't think about, what if I can just make some money and be okay? That's just the first step. The better step is that you create a system that employs people. You create a system that replicates solutions for other people to benefit from. And so as a young person, there is so much you can do. You know, when I was young, I remember in 2014, I wrote a quote. Impossible is nothing. There is nothing impossible to you. Only that you think that you cannot achieve. Some of you might have had the dream of maybe building a project, and you thought, oh, I did not have money. That's the first mistake. The first step to building a project is not money. You can say that I'm saying that from a place of luxury. The Dare to Dream project, we're all gathered here today. The dream was born on the 2nd of January. As at that time, we had nothing. We had zero naira, zero budget for it. And so, the first step to becoming the best of yourself is not thinking about how much money I can get. The first step is strategy. And most young people do not think that strategy is important. But that's what we are going to be sharing here today. Because strategy is how you move from point A to point B. It is not money. And your strategy could be people, because you need a leverage. And your leverage, usually, every single one of us here, you have a unique advantage. There is something you can do that the next person to you cannot do the way you can do it. And figuring that out is what the Dare to Dream conference is about. To understand who you are, to understand what you can do, to understand your uniqueness in this world, and how you can capitalize on that uniqueness to becoming the best of yourself. There is no limitation except the one that you have accepted in your mind to rest upon your journey. When you think about your life, see, when I think about my project, I always think Africa. I have never thought just Nigeria. I built a project, it's called the African Hydrogen Fellowship. We started building that project 2 years ago. We launched it late December last year. When we launched it, we didn't feel ready. Are you with me? I hope I've not lost you. When we launched the project, we didn't feel ready. In fact, I told my guys, I said, I don't feel ready about this project, but we cannot keep keeping the project to ourselves. Let's just open up the project. Guess what? We launched the project. In the first 24 hours, 500 people applied. For a project we did not feel ready about. 500 people. In 2 weeks, 1,400 people applied. 2 weeks. We did not feel ready. And so, but we built that project out of the sheer belief that we can do beyond what we were as at that time. What we thought we were, that we can actually reach the African continent and make changes in the lives of people. Earlier today, someone was telling me, said, Google me. All right, I want us to welcome my friend Chibuna. Please, let's give him a round of applause. All right, so someone was saying, Google me, Google me. And so I did something. And this is something I do. And I want you to do it. See, when you do this thing consistently, it will push you to work more. Google yourself. Google yourself. Just put your name on Google and say, who is so and so? I Googled myself. I do that from time to time. And it says that my project now has impact in 90 countries. And I was like, okay, that's good. But that's not the end. There is more. To me, there is always more. You're welcome, sirs. There is always more. This is too loud. There is always more. And that's the mindset of a dreamer, that there is always more. Whatsoever you are doing now, there is always more. Whatsoever you have achieved in the past, there is always more. Whatsoever you think that will be the best thing that you can achieve in this world, there is always more. And so, as you have come for this conference, what will be our biggest advantage? What will be our biggest achievement? That you live here with a mindset shift. We're not going to give you money. But you can live with a relationship that will change your life. You can live with a mindset that will cause you to do things in a different manner. You can live with an intention to do better for yourself and do things with the mindset of there is always more. If your desire is to reach people and build, say, maybe an orphanage for, say, 500 children, you know what? There is always more. There is always more, because those people you're building can in turn do the same thing in many countries of the world, because there is always more. And so strategy is an important aspect for any dreamer. You need strategy. You need leverage. But you know one thing, the biggest leverage you can have is already within you. There is something you can do that I cannot do. I'll give you an example. I'm not a media person. I don't like being in the face of the camera. My Instagram is very poor. My LinkedIn is better because all I have to do is type. Right? So Instagram, you also always have to put your face out there. But this is it. There are also things that I can do that is not done on Instagram. You know one thing? I remember in 2022, I really wanted to speak a lot. I've been speaking since I was young. I really wanted to speak a lot. At several conferences, I looked at people that were speaking. But the funny thing is that I looked at my calendar now. Every Saturday of August, I've had to speak somewhere. Every Saturday of August. Yesterday, I spoke somewhere. In fact, we are going on a courtesy visit, and I was having to speak to some guys who were doing some internship with GIZ, for those that know GIZ. Next week, there is an organization in Russia that has asked me to come speak for them. 2 days ago, an organization asked me to come and speak to them in Cameroon. But guess what? There is always more. My intention is bigger than that. Your intentions should be bigger than that. Your aspirations should be bigger than what you are right now. And see, when you set a dream, the moment you achieve that dream, think to yourself, there is always more. The president of Nigeria, the former vice president of Nigeria, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, you would say he had been in the biggest rooms when it comes to Nigerian politics. But do you know what he's doing right now? He's advising countries. He's advising global bodies. Why? Because there is always more. Elon Musk, as you know, by the way, you all know that what made Elon Musk the richest man in the world today is not a desire for money. It's a desire for impact. To do something that transcends this world. That I will do something that the world thought was not doable. To launch a rocket and to reset it. To reset it. That desire and the sheer belief that you can do beyond what you thought you could not do is what has brought him here. Oh, finally, that brought my slide. And so, there is the dream problem. A lot of people are hunting for projects, hunting for money, hunting for opportunities. But that's not the best of yourself. I'm not saying you should not do those things. Please do them. Go for opportunities. Try to be in rooms that you have not been in before. But that's not the best of yourself. That's not the best of yourself. There is an other side of it where you are now being intentional. You select the things that you want to do. You are selective about the rooms that you into. That's the mindset of a dreamer. Once again, there has to be a strategy. You cannot just do everything. You cannot just be everywhere. You know, I remember that a friend of mine, bless her heart, he knows her if I should mention her name, Chizoba. There was a time she would say, let's apply for this, let's apply for that, let's do this, let's do that. And I was like, this is good, but this is not sustainable for me. Because there is something I want to be known for. See, another strategy that you need to imbibe is that you need to be consistent in one thing enough that the world stands you apart for that thing. Don't today be in media, tomorrow you are in real estate. I understand you are multi-talented, but at least find your footing in one thing. For the past 6 years, I've been working on hydrogen. 6 years, this is my 7th year. I've been working on hydrogen. This year is the thing what you have been doing. Come and do this for us. So it took 6 years of building for me to get the recognition of some certain bodies. But once again, there is always more. Please say to your neighbor, there is always more. There is always more. And so, as young people, the theme of this conference is for us to dare to dream. But this is the concept of a dreamer. That when you have a dream, the moment you achieve that dream, you understand that that is not the end of your life. That is not the pinnacle of your achievement. That is not the best that you can have. There is always more. And so you dream again. You dream again. You dream again. You re-strategize again. You plan again. You think again. Because there is always more. There is more for you in this world. You are not meant to be small. And being small is not about finances. It's about impact. You are not meant to be small. Every one of us has been given an assignment in this world. I'm a Christian, so I'm going to put that into the context of my conversation. Has been given an assignment in this world. God wants you to do something. But you know one thing? God is super ambitious. God is super ambitious. Look at what the Bible says. The Bible says that the plan of God is that his glory will cover the earth as the waters covers the sea. Just imagine that you want every single person in this world to know about you. That is how ambitious God is. Every single person in this world. And so, if God gets to 500 people in a particular location, and those 500 people give birth, do you know what God says? There is more people for me to reach. And so, if you get your project done, and your project reaches maybe about 1,000 people, the plan is that there are more people for me to get to. And so, as young people, and I begin to round up now, as young people that were going after our passions, going after our dreams, going after our goals, the concept of Dare to Dream is to give you a mindset that there is always more. There is no limitation. There is no barrier. There is no obstacle that should stop you if you have decided that it should not stop you, because there is always more. Think about your life. Some of you probably went through abuse when you were younger. Some of you probably went through very difficult times. Your parents probably struggled to send you through school, right? Some of you probably were very hungry when you were in school, like myself. I was very hungry during my undergraduate days. I wish I could show you some pictures. Maybe I will tell them to show you some pictures during my undergraduate days. But you know, the fact is that that is not the best of your life. There is something that you can do. And I'm speaking to you, everyone. I'm speaking to you. I'm speaking to you. You might say, in fact, if you were given birth to in a rich family, there is more. And so, and that's why I told you it's not about money. It's not about the finances. The finances is an add-on. However, there is
insightful session. Can we give him a round of applause till he gets to his seat? Can we give him a round of applause till he gets to his seat? I can't even hear our hands clearly. Can we keep giving him a round of applause till he gets to his seat? Good.
You know, I'm already getting intense right now. I don't know who's getting intense as I am right now. Is anybody getting as intense as I am? Anybody? Okay, he's shared some very, very salient points, right? That is already altering my mindset. I think I'm already shifting, okay? And I want to believe that we share same testimony. Do we? Do we share same testimony?
Yes, sir.
He said something like, there is always what?
More.
There is always what?
More.
One of his first statements, he said, if your dream doesn't what?
Scare you.
Then what?
It is not a dream.
Holy Ghost. Hello, sir. If your dream doesn't what? Scare you. All right, I want us to have a quick exercise before we go ahead with other proceedings. Take up a pen and paper, all right? This is just for you. And write down what you think is your dream. All right?
Quickly.
I want this conference to serve as a reminder that awoken your dream. All right? Sometime in the 15th of August, 2026, where I had given up on my dreams and given up on those big expectations and imaginations of what I want to be, what I want to achieve. And somehow I had a conversation that awoken it. So write it down. Write what that dream is. What did you remember when you heard what he said? Let's write it down. Wow, wow. So while we're doing that, okay. Yeah, I'm just... Okay, we are super delighted. We're super honored to have in our midst, just while I was speaking, we have His Royal Majesty.
Can we rise?
Can we, with a standing ovation, let's just welcome and acknowledge the presence of the Eze Oha Evo 3 of Evo Kingdom. Keep clapping. Ierisi Eliwoji HM King Professor Leslie N. Eke Baka Baka. He's also the chairman, Supreme Forum of Ikwere Government. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Supreme Forum of Ikwere Government, recognized traditional rulers, and President, Association of Christian Traditional Rulers of Nigeria. He is a warrant king in charge of 33 communities in Evo Kingdom. We are super honored to have you now, Mr. Very much welcome. Thank you so much. You can have your seat. But then, we're still in the spirit of ovation, because just when our convener was speaking, we also had some key dignitaries grace this occasion. And in no particular order, I will be going through the names of some of our key dignitaries, stakeholders, visionary leaders that have honored our occasion. And do you know what I want you to do while I'm calling their names? I'm sure you know, right? Do we know? Okay, let's find out. So we have in our midst,
again, with a standing ovation,
we have Engineer Nji Christian Anyafo. He's the CEO of Global Tech Energy Services Limited, founder and president of IGTA International. We're super honored to have you, sir. We also have in our midst Engineer Nji Christian Anyafo. I can't hear you clapping. I can't hear you clapping. We're super honored to have you. We have Engineer Ellis Adejoro. Let's keep clapping. We have Mrs. Elia Green. Please put our hands together. Okay, we have Mr. Folabi Muideen Oridola. Let's put our hands together for them. All from IGTA International. Then we also have Commissioner, I believe we have the Commissioner of Education, Rivers State, Honorable Dr. Peter Nwago. You're welcome, sir. No, I'm not impressed by the way we're clapping. And we're permitted to do things like, whoa, right? Okay, I like that. Okay, Thank you very much. You can have your seat. Thank you so much, sirs, and thank you so much, Ma, for gracing our occasion. We're super excited to have you. All right. I would have loved to speak more, and I'm sure my co-hosts too would have, to speak more about some of the nuggets that our convener spoke. All right. Some of the nuggets that our convener shared with us. But one thing I want to assure you that every speaker coming here to share their thoughts with us has proven track record of contributing significantly, all right, to impacting lives. So it will do you a lot of good if you pay close attention to the things that they share. So quickly, we'll also be bringing in our first speaker for this occasion. I had welcomed him earlier, but I'll also have the honor to welcome him again, the person of His Royal Majesty. Please keep clapping, keep clapping. Yes, the Eze Oha Evo 3 of Evo Kingdom. He would be addressing us, the person of King Professor Leslie. I'm still calling his name. I expect you to keep clapping. Eze Waka Waka. Thank you so much, sir. We're super excited to have you.
Sit down, sit down. Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. I hope you're Christians, Sabi.
Yes, sir.
You're from the Christian South. Praise the Lord. Thank you for inviting me, Mr. Convener. I didn't know I was going to speak first, but I've not even settled down to speak. Well, mine is not just to speak, but to talk to you as a father. While, you enjoy the rest of the conference, because this meeting is very apt, very necessary for all of us. I'm going to be speaking on what I understand that this meeting stands for. I'm not used to this kind of okay, so I can move my hands. Yeah. Okay. The name of the conference is Dare to Dream, right? Huh? Dare to Dream. And I think, by my understanding, it means, by my understanding, the courage to believe for, the courage to go after something bigger than your current reality, right? That's what I understand. I don't know what you understand by this conference. Dare, to me, means courage. Huh? Courage. It means to take risk, to refuse fear, to dare is not to be passive. The world gives us 100 reasons why we can't try. Why we can't try. I don't have money. My family didn't go to school. All kinds of reasons why you cannot be engaging. So to dare is to say, in spite of all the shortcomings or your limitations, you will try. So in other words, I think that as many as will be in this conference, you should live with a commitment to try. The Bible tells us to be strong and courageous. We should not be frightened. in spite of whatever limitations that are before you. What about to dream? What does it mean to dream? To dream is to have or to engage your God-given vision. You must have a goal. You must have a vision. A dream is not just a fantasy. It is the picture of God, or the picture God puts in your heart of what could be, what you can do, what you're all about. A dream is a future before you that you think does not exist, but really exists if you venture. There are many examples from the Bible. That is my reference point. You can't go too far if you don't have God in your system. I declare that to you. If you don't have God in your system, you won't go far. Whether you're Gen Z, whatever you call yourself, if there's no God factor in it, you need to succeed at all. Period. So we have examples of people, young people that have dreamed. Even in the Bible, Joseph was one of them. The young man Nehemiah was one of them. So to dare to dream, putting it together, what are we talking about? It means three things to dare to dream. One of them is you must believe it is possible. Are you hearing me? Am I speaking to somebody? To dare to dream means it is possible. Even when the present looks gloomy or unattainable, it means it is possible. It means rejecting small thinking. Sometimes you have your doubts, you have your fears, you have your limitations. But in spite of those limitations, you say to yourself, I must try. To dare to dream will mean, from my understanding, or from my thinking and reasoning, taking the first step. I think there's a Chinese proverb. I can't remember it very well. The first step to 1,000 miles. You must take a step. You can't do it, roaming around the internet, watching movies, sleeping, engaging in vices that do not support your living. By the way, I'm patron to the police campaign on cultism and other vices, Prokakov. So you cannot engage in vices, in things that are inimical to your growth or to your well-being. If you do that, it clouds, it creates a mental block to dare to dream. Why do we need to dare to dream? Why this conference? In spite of our modern challenges, very bad economy. The economy tells you, just manage. The social media has its own. It tells you compare yourself because you see things, AI is all over the place. And what you're looking at may not be real. And of course, the one that sits with you, the fear, that tells you if you try, you will fail. These are modern challenges. You must overcome them. You must dare to dream. For the Bible says with God, nothing is impossible. So this is just a small gingering at the ginger. Just to ginger before the main course will come, because we have speakers. Very, very, very experienced speakers to talk with you. But hold this foundation that I've laid now. Hold on to it. You'll be able to take something home at the end of this conference. So to dare to dream is to have courage, is to have a vision, and is to try to do something, or what I will call action. Courage, vision, and action. You can't leave this place to go home, to go and lie down and sleep. No. You leave this place energized, sensitized, prepared. I refuse to let fear of failure or any other world define what life can become for me. I urge you, dream with God, and you will walk towards whatever it is that He has prepared for you. You can't leave God out of it. So it's not a mistake that you are in a church auditorium to have this conference. So that's why this conference, Dare to Dream Youth Empowerment Initiative Conference, right? Initiative. That part, initiative, is inside of you. That part of that whole initiative, that one belongs to you. And what every speaker will do, what this conference to do, is to stir up, bring out that thing inside of you to work for you. Do you understand me? So just know that today you have an appointment with your destiny. You have an appointment with your destiny. And I wish you well, that after this meeting, you will swing into action. All those things you've been thinking about, you want to be part of. You will be armed with the essentials, the tools to engineer that thing out of your psychic to profit you. This I say to you. God bless you all. Thank you very much.
I will still be clapping. 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 Wow. I'm super inspired. I don't know about you. It's so inspiring to see a monarch, right? Get up the stage and speak at this level of both spiritual excellence and intellect, right? It's super, super inspiring. Once again, let's celebrate our monarch and our king, We are super grateful and delighted to have you in our midst. It's a lot of inspiration to young people. Thank you so much. Before we make progress, I would also want to recognize one of our key speakers, visionary leaders, and faith-driven entrepreneur that is with us today, the person of Mr. Chibunna Ogbonna. Please, let's celebrate him. Sir, they can't see you. They can't see you. Let's celebrate him. Let's celebrate him. Thank you so much, sir, for gracing our occasion.
For gracing our invitation. Okay. How many of us agree that that was an insightful session? By show of hands, how many of us can agree? Okay. I'll tell you one thing that stood out for me. One thing that stood out for me was when he said, we have 100 reasons not to do what we have in mind to dream. We have 100 reasons not to dream. We have 100 reasons to stay in and decide that whatever picture God has planted in our minds remain a picture. And it's very valid, because if you look at the world around us, there are quite a number of excuses. But then he said something. He said we should take the step. Tell your neighbor, take the step. Tell your neighbor again, take the step. Because a dream cannot come to reality if you stay stagnant with the picture. It is not enough that you have just pictures in your mind. Truly, it isn't. If you do not take this step and we wait for our dreams to be handed to us, then truly we would not see them come to reality. And our lives, truthfully, must fulfill a dream. And I think I would like to also add that dreams are not just for us. And then he said something very important. He said, you cannot be continuously engaging with vices, yes, that will bring detriment to your dream. And we can all agree with that, can we? Can't hear our voices. Can we all agree with that? We can relate to how you say you have something to do by 10 o'clock and then you're scrolling on social media till 9:30 and then 9:40 you're like, oh my God, I need to get this thing done. Can we all relate with that? Very good. And when he said that, it felt like a bullet was shot at me personally. And it was also an awakening to the fact that we are expected to fulfill something. And if we are not disciplined enough to get ourselves to fulfill it, it will never be handed to us. Tell your neighbor, your dreams are not handed to you. Tell your neighbor again, your dreams are not handed to you. If you do not take the step, no dream for you.
No dream for you.
And then tell yourself, nothing is unattainable.
Nothing is unattainable.
Tell yourself, nothing is an obstacle.
Nothing is an obstacle.
If I can see it, then I can become it.
Then I can become it.
Tell yourself again, if I can see it,
If I can see it,
that I have seen it,
that I have seen
it
it,
means I can become it.
means that I have
A round of
become it.
applause for ourselves. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very, very much.
All right. Please, let's celebrate our co-host. Help me. Okay. If I can see it, I can become it. So quickly, we'll also be recognizing some of our sponsors that have made this event here today a success. All right. One of them, IGTA, the Insight Global Training Academy.
Please, a round of applause, a
Yeah.
round of applause, a round of applause.
We're also honored to have the CEO with us, the founder and president of IGTA, Engineer Nji Christian Anyafo.
Please, a round
Thank
of
you so
applause
much,
for
sir.
him. Thank you very much, sir.
The IGTA have also decided that in the course of this Dare to Dream project, they will be offering scholarships, all right, to participants. I don't know why you're not clapping already. All right. Did I finish what I was saying? What was I saying? Oh, you heard it. I like that. Okay. So, yes, they will be offering tech-based scholarship to participants. And, you know, one thing they shared with us is that I don't know how they want to select these participants, to be honest with you. It could just be your smile. It could just be your active participation. It could just be you taking initiative. But But whatever it is, like our convener said in his opening speech, that we have to be intentional. All right? So that is what they've promised to do. They've also, IGTA quickly is an International Academy of Professional Development. They actually have footprints in UAE, in Canada, in Nigeria, and they assist organizations in designing and implementing programs aimed at enhancing their institutional capacity development. All right, from what I've read, you will understand that IGTA is into training and capacity development. How many of us would like to increase our capacity here? All right, so you could also, in your free time, you could, of course, go online, check IGTA, and see how you can engage with the organization. It promises to be highly, highly impactful. Once again, let us celebrate our sponsors, IGTA. Put your hands together for them.
So quick energy check. When I say dare to dream, you're going to say nothing is too big. All right? We have quite a number here. And when I say it again, you say nothing is unattainable. And when I say it again, you say there is more and I am more. So we're going to start with nothing is too big. Dare to dream. Our energy is not intact. Dare to dream. Good. Now we're moving to the next. Nothing is unattainable. Dare to dream. Tell yourself, dare to dream. And then we're moving to there is more and I am more. Dare to dream. So we're going to take it one more time. From nothing is too big, nothing is unattainable, there is more and I am more. Dare to dream. Good. Dare to dream. Dare to dream. Dare to dream. Dare to dream. Dare to dream one more time. There is more. Put a round of applause for yourselves. Thank you very much. There is also an initiative on ground for micro grants. And as time goes on, further information will be handed to us on how it works. But there's basically a commitment card that would be given to each and every one of us for how much we are willing to support this initiative with. If you're willing to support, there would be ushers that would direct you and know how to get you into it, fill you in on the process.
Let me also throw more light on that. It's called micro grants, all right? And it is an initiative that is also enclosed in the Dare to Dream, project. And it's very simple, and it's also for young people. The idea of the initiative is helping young people find their footing, in any area of life that they have chosen. Of course, Dare to Dream is not just a conference. Like we said, it's a project, all right? And the project is aimed at empowering young people to be able to dream and follow through their dream. So it's not just ending with a conference. Rather, it's beginning with a conference, okay? There are different platforms that would make progress from this conference where we intend to nurture people, okay, into achieving their dreams. And one of those initiatives is the Micro Grants Initiative. So in this case, a young person, all right, that aims to maybe become the next big fashion designer in Africa, okay, but cannot afford a sewing machine to even start up that dream. The Micro Grants is that initiative that would help, kickstart that dream for that young person. For some of us that want to go into tech and we cannot even afford a laptop, all right? That Micro Grants is that initiative where we get partners, where we get sponsors that say, okay, you know what? I can send in 5,000 naira, okay, to support somebody's initiative. I can send in 25,000 naira to support somebody's initiative. That's empowerment. Yes, sir.
That's empowerment,
yes, sir.
sir.
So by the time we get 25,000 naira from 5 people, that's how much? That's like 100,000+, right? And then that could help us get maybe an equipment or a small startup, program to help those young people kickstart their journey in achieving their dreams. So like I said, it's not just restricted to some people, it's for everybody. And the reason is because we have different levels of sponsorship, as low as 5,000 naira, 3,000 naira, you can help push somebody's dream forward. All right. So I'm expecting we have, all the persons on Dare to Dream white shirt. You see them walking around. If you want to do that, just call their attention and then make commitments. Commitment I mean now is maybe your name, your amount, and phone number. But if you have something to share already, why not? Okay? They'll share the account number with you. And what you should have in mind is that you are supporting somebody's dream. Okay? I was actually, I would like to say emotional when I went for youth service. And I found out that a lot of young persons that, have this vision of going into tech, laptop seems like something, I don't know where to begin, but it seems like an unattainable height to get a laptop, all right, just to start something in tech. And it's amazing, okay? It's amazing because in this age and time, people don't have laptop to do anything. You see people in school trying to run projects, no laptop, okay? So that is what has bettered this idea that we can start helping ourselves get these small equipment and tools that can empower people to move on with their dreams and initiative. How many of us are excited with that initiative?
I am very,
all right,
very,
let's put our hands
very
together
excited.
for our convener once again. And I'm hoping that as many of us here that feel that we're empowered enough to support the next person, kickstarts their dream or the journey to realizing their dream. I'm hoping that many of us here would show that commitment, all right, by means of dropping their names and contacts, or also by sharing whatever financial funds that they can share now. Let's put our hands together for ourselves. Thank you very much. I observed that we had some persons walking while I was speaking. Let's recognize them. Thank you so much. They look like men of dignity and honor. So I don't want to make the mistake of not acknowledging them before I get to know. All right? So let's celebrate them once again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Okay, so quickly we would be bringing in another speaker. All right? We'll bring in another speaker to come and engage with our minds once again. I had introduced him earlier, but I'll also do ourselves the honor to introduce him again. He is a faith-driven entrepreneur and CEO. He is committed to building an ultra-developed Africa in his lifetime. He is the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Brave Energies Limited and Carina Global Reality. Chibuna serves as the co-chair of the Under 40 Leaders Hub Africa of the Clean Tech Business Club and has served as a member of the jury of the World Cleanup Startups Award. Ladies and gentlemen, with a standing ovation, let's make welcome our second speaker for this conference, Mr. Chibuna Ogbonna.
And a quick announcement.
Let's put our hands together for
We
him.
would be recognizing the Carina Global Foundation as our sponsorship and partnership. Thank you very much, sir.
Please, may I stand? The high chairs for the kings in our presence. Good day, sir. It's a pleasure to have you. Please have a seat. Thank you. I want to really appreciate every single one of you for showing up for this event. Earlier in the year, or sometime last year, around November, my friend Ayodeji told me, Chibuna, I'm going to do this event, Dare to Dream Conference. I'm like, bro, let's do it. And today is a reality. It takes a lot of courage and it takes a lot of sacrifice to think out something in your mind and actually see it through to completion. And that's what this conference is all about, which is Dare to Dream. A little introduction has been made about me. But I want to just go into the meat of it, starting with how my week went. Okay, so on Monday, my company, we moved to a new office space. On Tuesday, I had some meetings. Wednesday, busy. Thursday, busy. Friday, I had not even arranged my bag to come to Port Harcourt this morning. As I got to my house around 10 p.m. last night, I packed my bags, put together my stuff, and then woke up this morning around 3:30 so that I can catch my flight. You know how Lagos is. You can miss your flight in traffic. So I was able to meet up, and I arrived Port Harcourt just a few hours ago. So it means that so why did I say this? I said this because you are important. If you were not important, I wouldn't have shown up. I could have found an excuse not to come. But I said, oh, this is happening or that is happening, right? But I knew that these events are not just conferences. These are landmark events, of which I have been privileged to be part of such events throughout my career, throughout my journey as a young person, starting my first company at the Federal University of Technology, Owerri, as a second-year engineering student. It was so unheard of for an engineering student to start a company. But that was my dream. I had this dream at the age of 8 to own a company. And I'll tell you a quick story how it happened. So every time my dad would drive us to primary school, when we get to the filling station to top up fuel, I would just see these fuel attendants, counting. Those days, you don't pay with POS and digital cards now. Those days is cash. So I would see them, and the naira we had then, we are fatter in shape, and not just what we had now. I would see them counting so much money. I'm like, oh my God. If I grow up, I want to have a filling station like this, and I want it to be so many. And whenever I said, my siblings would just look at me, or my dad would just look at me like, what is this young man saying? But that was the origin of the thought that I wanted to own my own company. Okay? But then, as I kept going through secondary school, university, then that thought came back again. As a chemical engineering undergraduate, it was just normal for you to, after graduation, you go and work with either Shell. This is Port Harcourt, Shell, Schlumberger, all the oil companies and oil and gas service companies that you know. In fact, I got the privilege of having a Shell scholarship in my first year in university. So what I'm trying to say is that I could have gone straight to serve in the oil and gas industry. I could have just gone straight to work, right? But I had in mind that I wanted to create opportunities for young people. And I'll ask you one question. What is your most important desire in life? Can you give me a ready answer? Anybody to give me a ready answer? What is your most important desire? Please tell me. Please pass the mic to me. Yes.
One of my greatest desires in life is to fund education to the nooks and crannies of Nigeria.
Fund education.
Fund education.
Please put your hands together for him. You know why I asked this question? Okay, I want another answer. Who has another answer?
All right. One of my greatest desire is to have an auto companies, not just here in Nigeria, but cut across the international level. Yes, auto cars. Yes. So where people can actually get it in a lesser amount because it's being imported from the other countries.
So you are trying to ensure that there is more mobility and access. Okay. So why I ask this question is because the size of your desire, right, is also the size of your dream. Yes. The size of your desire is also the size of your biggest dream. If your desire is just to live, maybe get a house, buy a car, and live a normal life, it's a good thing to have, but it's not as big. Do you understand? Now, your biggest dream will be attached to your greatest desire in life. And that is what someone like Napoleon Hill will call your definite chief aim in life. Now, I'll ask you, what is your definite chief aim in life? Who can give me a ready answer? What is your definite chief aim in life? Do you have the answer? Anyone? Okay, please.
To create lasting impact that outlives me. Basically, right now I'm working on a scholarship initiative. We're trying to give 1,000 scholarships to students across the three main universities here in Rivers State. So, want to try and continue it, grow it across different institutions. So, yeah, I intend for that scholarship fund to outlive me.
Fantastic. Please put your hands together for him again. You know, I don't think I have much to say here because it seems like we are full already. From what our convener spoke to us about and what our father here also spoke to us about. I just have few words, okay? Now, the first thing I want to share is that from what my brother, what's your name? Daniel. Ehis. Thank you very much. Ehis said that they are funding education and scholarships, across universities. Same thing with my brother over there. Now, the first thing is that as a man thinketh, so is what? So is he. As a woman thinketh, so is she. As a man thinketh, so is he. That means that every dream begins with a what? With a thought. Yes, it begins with a thought. Every big dream begins with what? A thought. And that thought is a seed on which you must plant in what? The fertile ground of your mind. And you start nurturing that thought. Start nurturing that thought before it becomes a reality, before you manifest it. And every thought that you continue to feed on, every thought that you continue to work on, eventually becomes your reality. Yes, it eventually becomes your reality. Every dream you have here in your heart is possible. Every dream you have in your heart is valid. You can achieve every dream you have in your heart. But you don't expect to achieve it overnight. Yes. Do not expect to achieve your dreams overnight. Rather, your dreams will demand the highest version of you. It will demand the highest version of you that is more disciplined, more committed, more focused, more determined. It will cost you something. Now, another question I will ask you is, are you willing to pay the price for your dream? Because it is one thing to have a dream, but it's another thing to have what? Wishful thinking. Wishful thinking is, okay, I want this, I want that. But you are not willing to take the steps to achieve them. You are not willing to endure the burden of discipline. You are not willing to endure the burden of rejections, of disappointments, of adversity on your way to achieving your dream. Because these things are they are the necessary things that must happen to prove and to test your dream, if it is really tangible, if it is really coming from your heart. Because Dr. Miles Monroe said that every vision will be tested for authenticity. Yes. Every vision will be tested for what? Authenticity. Now, you need to have a very big dream that is beyond yourself. That is not just about self-aggrandizement, or it's not just about self-serving. A dream that is not just about yourself. You need to have a dream that is worth dying for. Yes. That's why when he's mentioned, I want to do a scholarship scheme that outlives me. That is a dream that is worth dying for. And we need dreamers who are living for something worth dying for. Jesus Christ, who is our patriarch, is lived for something, the salvation of souls. Yes. Until today, his dream is still coming to pass every single day. Yes. That same enterprise is set on earth 2026 years ago is still in operation till today. Because of what? He did something that outlived him. Yes. Every single one of us here has been born with an assignment, has been born with a purpose and a deposit that we are to birth and give back to our world. Someone said something that was inspiring to me. He said, your life is a gift from God to you. What you do with it, right, is a gift back to God. And God does not expect you to do what? To come back just with your life as it is. That's why he gave it to you. In the Bible, in the parable of the parable of the talents, right? When the master gave to one 5 talents, he gave to another 2 talents. He gave to another 1 talent. The one with 5 did what? He went to trade. Do you see? That is what? Engaging your dream. He gave him 5 talents and he went to what? Trade immediately. The one that was given 2 talents also did what? Went to trade. And what did the one with 1 talent do? He started comparing himself. How can my master give me just 1? And he gave this guy 5. He gave this guy 2. So what does it mean that he will give me just one talent? And he did what? He buried the talent. He buried the talent. The question I have for you today, are you burying your talents? Are you burying your one talent? Are you burying your one talent and looking at other people? Are you burying your one talent and considering it as nothing? What is that talent? What is that gift that you have in you that you have not allowed your world to see? What is that gift you have in you that you have talked yourself out of, that maybe this is not something that is important? You need to do what? Go back and bring it out of that place you hid it. Because God will require it of what? Of you. Because to whom much is given, what? Much will be expected. And to the one that actually trades with what they were given, more will be what? Added to them. Yes. When I started my first company in school, it was just we called it Renew Cycle. So the goal was to take out plastic waste from school and convert it to energy sources. That was the idea. But then with more training and business exposure, I got to understand that idea was really flawed. And that's where innovation comes in. That's where pivoting comes in. Then we now focused on strictly renewable energy. That company became what you call Kiru Energy Limited and has employed a couple of people, putting food on tables of people. I left that company in 2024 due to one or two hitches with co-founder issues and separations, right, that happened. But that is also part of the journey. Like I said, every dream will be tested for what? Authenticity. I left that company and started another one, which is Karina, by God's grace, who is also one of the sponsors of this event. And after 2 years, which is this year or late last year, we started Brave Energies all over again, starting from scratch, meaning that I did not abandon the dream of my former energy company because of what happened. I still rose from it all over again and started building again from scratch. Because why? The dream is beyond me. And today, that same dream has employed people. See, if you are going to achieve anything important in this life, expect what? Resistance. Okay? Expect what? Resistance. If you are going to achieve anything big in life, you must expect resistance. It can come in form of what? Disappointment. It can come in form of rejection. It can come in form of troubles of many kinds. But you must be very what? Resilient. So I'm going to give you a formula. Write it down, please. Dream plus determination. Dream plus determination plus presence. And I'm going to explain the word presence equals to what? Success. Dream plus what? Determination plus presence equals success. Now, what does that mean? You have your dream, your high goal that you want to achieve. All right. Then you have determination, meaning that you will never quit. That is the word. I will never give up until I achieve my aim. Then presence, which is very important because, like I said earlier, you have to separate a dream from wishful thinking. You need to have the presence of mind now in the present. Okay? Not to just sit and be envisioning a future and you're not doing anything in the present. You need to be present in the reality of today while still working out your dream. Presence means that you acknowledge the challenges of today, but you don't allow it to deter you from moving forward towards your goal. Presence means that you are flexible enough to navigate your way around the challenges around you, around the limitations around you, but still keeping your dream alive. Yes. Because like I said, every dream will be tested for authenticity. When the test comes, it is that presence and determination that helps you to move forward. And like I said, every dream will not be achieved overnight. That's where patience comes in, which leads me to my next point, which is give it time. Give it what? Time. Some dreams will take some time. Some dreams may take 5 years, but keep it in focus. Some dreams may take 10 years, but do what? Keep it in what? In focus. Some dreams may even take 50 years. Yes. But keep it in what? In focus. In the Bible, when God gave Caleb and his friend the mount of, I can't remember the mount now, but they were apportioned this particular mountain. And after 40 years, Caleb came back to Joshua and said, give me this mountain because it has already been apportioned to me 40 years ago. He kept that dream of that what? He kept that dream in his heart 40 years later. And he took possession of it after 40 years. So it means that every dream, some dreams might take long, some dreams might take just 6 months or 1 year to achieve. But one thing is certain, you need to give it time for yourself to also mature into the kind of person that can handle the number one, the responsibilities, number two, the pressures, number three, the benefits of that dream. Yes. And dream is about stewardship. Someone says stewardship. Yes, that is the idea of this whole thing. Now, when God plants a dream in your heart, he expects you to steward that dream because there is somebody that will benefit from that dream. Today, we are all participating in the Dare to Dream conference. Why? Because someone stewarded the thought and seed of the idea of the Dare to Dream conference, and he started sharing it across. Sharing it, planting it in the hearts of others. And today we have many believers who left their comfort, who left the luxury of their comfort, who left their busy schedules. Today, I left Lagos. I flew to Port Harcourt this morning. I have a lecture. I'm currently doing my master's at the University of Lagos. I have lectures I left to be here, right? So you can imagine that because of that dream that he had, and because of all of us here who are here today, a lot of sacrifices have been made, which leads me to my next point, which is that every dream will cost you something. You must make sacrifices. There's a book I like. I've not read it yet, but I've read other books that the author wrote. The name of the book is Discipline is Destiny by Ryan Holiday. Have you read the book? Who has read the book? Who has read the book here? Discipline is Destiny. You should be writing down these things. Discipline is Destiny by Ryan Holiday. Ryan Holiday, like normal holidays. That book, I'm yet to read it. But just the title alone summarizes the entire chapter. Meaning that if you are going to attain your destiny, you must Embrace discipline. And discipline is difficult. Discipline is painful. Discipline is expensive. Discipline is stressful. But that is what dreams require. You cannot achieve dreams in your comfort zone. Yes. You want to become a communicator, but you are shy of coming out to speak in the crowd. Okay, you see me speaking today, right? Standing in front of you speaking. It's not today that I started speaking. It's not today. It started with coming out to present in primary school. Coming out to present in primary school. Coming out to read Bible during Children's Day in church. It starts from there. Yes. Everything, every action leads to something bigger. And which also leads me to my next point. Do not take any opportunity for granted. Every opportunity you have is an opportunity for you to steward your dream. Yes. Every single opportunity, even as simple as coming for a conference like this, connecting with people that you've never met before, reading a book, taking a course online, whatever it is that you are doing, never take opportunities for granted, because you never know which day it will be. I'll give you a story. And why I'm speaking like this is because I'm still a young person like most of us here, right? And I'm still manifesting my dream. I'm still in the journey of manifesting my dream. So I'm speaking from practical experience as a young person who is still on that journey, right? My very first big dream was that I wanted to travel out of Nigeria for a conference, a global conference, And how did I start? I started by attending local conferences. From university, I'll save my pocket money. I'll use it and travel to Unilag, Uniport, UNN, FUTA, that's in Ondo State, right? The only place I've not gone to is University of Maiduguri in Borno State, right? But I will save my money just to attend this conference. Anywhere I hear conference, I'm there. I will travel by night bus on Friday, arrive in the morning of Saturday, shower somewhere, attend the conference, take night bus on Saturday night, come back on Sunday, or come back on Sunday night and attend lectures in the morning on Monday. And when my friends will ask me, Chibuna, how was your weekend? I'm like, wow, it was great. But they don't know that I was somewhere over the weekend. That was what it required. And when the opportunity came for me to attend a global conference on clean energy in Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates, it came like something that was so insignificant. A friend just sent a link to me and said, Chibuna, check this link out. And over time, I've been applying for such opportunities. But I've been getting rejection upon rejection, rejection upon rejection. Applied for the World Bank Youth Summit, rejected. Applied for this one, rejected. So when I saw that link, I was like, I'm not really interested. Then the Holy Spirit said to me, Chibuna, just try this one. You never can tell. And I, out of just doing it anyhow, I clicked on the link. I applied hurriedly because I was not really in the mood to sit down to do anything very well. I just applied hurriedly. They asked for a proof of a document you have worked on before. I just checked one proposal I wrote sometime and just posted it. Do you know that that was the exact opportunity that took me out of Nigeria for the first time, making my dream to come to reality? Yes, I had that dream when I was 8 years old. It came to pass when I was 21. Yes, it came to pass when I was 21 in my final year in the university. Now, what am I trying to say? That opportunity that was shared with me, that opened me up to global mobility, that opened me up to travel the world. And over time, between 2020 to 2026, I've been to at least 7 countries globally. Because of what? That single opportunity that opened up. Had even I took the opportunity for granted, maybe that I would have shut the door of what? Global opportunities on myself. So what does that try to tell you? That tells you that you must take every opportunity what? Seriously. Like the one you're having here today. You must take every opportunity seriously. One last thought. Okay. Just one last thought. What dreamers must understand? What dreamers must understand? Please write down. I have about 7 points here. I think I've touched on some of them, but you still need to write these ones down. What dreamers must understand? Number 1, your dreams are valid, which is the very first truth. You must understand that. It's a truth and you must hold it to bear. Your dreams are what? Valid. Your dreams are valid. Never let anyone talk you out of your dreams. Yes. Never let anyone talk you out of your dreams. Any dream that someone tells you is impossible, they are saying so because it is based on their own limitations, their own perceived limitations. Yes. Has anyone achieved it ever in life? If it is humanly possible, Marcus Aurelius said, once time emperor of Rome said, if it is humanly possible, you can achieve it. If it is humanly possible, you can do what? Achieve it. Let me ask a question here. Has Nigeria or Africa, have we ever gone to space before? Now, let me throw a big dream in our hearts. Let me plant a seed in our hearts. Have we as Africans traveled to space before? Have we as Africans built our own space program? Right? Built our own space program, funded it, and took the first African or Nigerian to space. Have we ever done it? Not. Don't say no. Say what? Not yet. It is not what? Impossible. Because standing before you here, I have that dream in my heart one day. Yes. And I'm planting that same seed in your heart. Maybe I might not be the one to fulfill it in this lifetime. But I'm planting it in your heart that what? It is not what? Impossible to place an African in what? In space. For us to have our own what? Space program. Yes. And it can start from this room. The person who is going to do it can be here right now. Someone said, not yet. Never put no to your dream. Always, when someone says, have you achieved it? Say what? Not yet. Not what? Yet. Meaning that it will still come to pass. Yes. Because Jesus said, anything is possible to him that what? Believes. The question is, do you believe? Do you believe? It's very important. We must leave the shallow minded thoughts and rise to higher planes of thought. We must leave the baselines of life and rise to the higher planes of what? Of life, because there's so much more to achieve. We in Africa right now, we need more builders. We need more dreamers, young men and women who have vision, young men and women who think long term, young men and women who dare to dream, and who do not just dare to dream, but who actually put practical steps to achieve those dreams, irrespective of whatever challenge comes their way. When our father and king was speaking, I was writing down. I will share some of the things I wrote down from his own speech. He said something here. He said, you can't go too far if you don't have God in your system. He also said that in spite of all shortcomings and limitations, you must what? Continue your what? You must dare to dream. In spite of all shortcomings and limitations, you must dare to dream. Now, what I have to say to you is this. You must rise up. You must rise up from shame. You must rise up from what? Yes, you must rise up from shame. Do not be ashamed. Oh, I am not tall. When I was growing up, they were always making that, people were always trying to talk me down or say condescending things about me because I was not so tall as a child. And then I spoke to my mom. My mom said something. She said, it's not about your height. It's about your brain. I was like, Mommy, what did you say? She said, it's not about your height. It's about your what? What's inside your brain. I was like, okay, I didn't know. Another one, you know, when we were growing up as kids, there was this blood tonic they give to children that makes their teeth to be darkened. If you were born in the 90s, you understand, right? That tonic was called blood tonic. So when they give children, over time, it makes their teeth to be darkened. And sometimes people now think that that's how the teeth of a child is, you know, the milk teeth of the children, that it's rotten. So whenever I go out and I'm smiling, I smile a lot, you know. My older people, funny enough, older people will say, I should close my mouth and look at my teeth. That you are laughing at me. That I should look at my teeth. And I was feeling bad about it. Then I spoke to my mom. My mom said, anybody that is talking down on you is just jealous of you. Thank God for mothers. So if you love your mother, say hello. Hello. Please do something for your mother today, because of all the blessings that and all the good things that they have, you know, instilled in us. So what I'm trying to tell you is that she taught me that it's not about how people see you, about your physical conditions. Oh, I'm not too tall. Oh, I'm not too fair. Oh, I'm not too dark. I'm this one. I'm short. I'm tall. It doesn't matter. What is important is the content of your mind. It is the content of your mind and your character. What is in your mind? When people ask me, oh, Chibuna, what is the most interesting thing about yourself? I say, my mind. Yes. My mind, because that is where everything comes from. That's where it all comes from. The Bible says, guard your heart, for out of it all issues of life spring forth. Yes. So when people ask you, what is the most interesting part of you? Don't tell them, oh, I have a fine face. It's good to have a fine face. But focus on your what? On your mind. Because it is out of the content of your mind that you start producing things. And we need people who are producing things in this our country right now. We need people who are what? Producing things. I'll ask you a question. In the next 5 years, where will you be? In the next 5 years, where will you be? In the next 5 years, where will you be? In Nigeria, the unemployment rate is crazy. 33+%. Is the worst in the world. It's very bad. I lived in Germany for a while. Unemployment rate maybe about 5% or less than 5%. And even that 5%, it will be people that maybe they don't want to go to school or they're not interested. But still, the government of these nations have welfare for them. So that means the rate of poverty is what? Very what? Minimal. Taxpayers are subsidizing for those people that don't have anything. Yes, because in Europe, you pay over 30 or 40% of tax from your income. Right? But here in Nigeria, our unemployment rate is so much. People say, oh, there are no jobs. There are jobs, but there are so many unemployable people. Talking from experience, we screen people, we do interviews. You want to hire a salesperson, but you don't even know how to even bring this person on board. When you even eventually bring them on board, you have to train and train and train and train. Why? Because people want things, what? Quickly, fast. A lot of people want things fast. But that's not my point. My main point is this. If we are going to solve unemployment in this nation, then we need more what? Job creators. And job creators who don't just say, oh, I don't want to work for anybody in my life. I did a lot of internships from school, even to throughout school, I did a lot of internships. I did a lot of volunteer. If you volunteered for these events, let me see your hand. Volunteers, well done to you, kudos to you. Now, what you are doing, you are building skills. You are building transferable what? Skills. Transferable skills that will be relevant in the marketplace forever. Yes. Volunteer for things. Everything is not about money. One of the internships I did in Lagos in my 4th year, I told the man, sir, just give me this internship. You don't need to pay me. I just want to understand how you make decisions, because he's the CEO of the company. I want to understand how you make decisions. This man looked at me and was like, who is this young man? Then they started testing me. They'll give me little tasks. I will do them. I'll come very early, 7 o'clock before resumption time. I'll leave last 6 p.m. To the extent that within 2 weeks, I was not the one opening the office and locking the office. Before you know, I was not the one in charge of all the equipment, making sure that everything is intact before I close. When they wanted to open a new branch in Owerri, I was back to Futo because I studied in Futo. I was back to Futo for my final year, and they needed to open a second branch in Owerri. Who do you think they will call? Who do you think they called? They were far back in Canada, and they were sending me millions of naira to my account. As how old was I then? They were sending me millions of naira to my account. I don't even need to account for it, if I may put it that way. Because they trusted me so much to do what? Execute. I was looking for how to help them save money and not spend money. There was a particular job they asked me to, they wanted to pay for. I said, no, I will do it myself. I took up the job and did it myself. And they didn't have to pay a second time for it because they had already paid for it. So what is that telling you? Paying it what? Forward. Making sacrifices. Everything is not about the money you can see now. The experiences you are building, the relationships. Until today, that man is still my mentor. He's still my mentor till today. They still send me opportunities. They still talk to me. I still help them to run 1 or 2 assignments in Lagos. What am I trying to say? The relationships you are building now. Ayodeji is my friend. We met. How did we even meet? Online, on LinkedIn, right? He's my friend. I left everything I'm doing in Lagos because of what? Because of this event. Why? Because of him. Relationships, which is one of the most important. The Bible says in Proverbs 13, if you associate with the wise, you will become what? Wise. Yes. If you associate with the wise, you become wise. And a companion of fools will do or suffer harm. A companion of fools will what? Suffer harm. Who are you associating with? Are you associating with dreamers or are you associating with dream killers? Are you associating with dreamers or dream killers? Which of them? Are you a dreamer or are you a dream killer? Yes, because the kind of people you associate yourself with also determines who you are. So, my brothers and sisters, one final comment. Rise up from guilt. Whatever you may have done in the past that may be haunting you, keeping you a prisoner from letting you dare, not allowing you to dare to dream. Whatever you may have done that you think, oh, this is irredeemable, Jesus himself, who is propitiation for our sins, has died on the cross of Calvary, is resurrected to give you eternal life. And he says, go and sin no more. I do not have anything against you. You are forgiven. So rise on from what? Guilt. Because guilt will hold you back from achieving anything. Rise up from guilt. Rise up from hopelessness. Rise up from hopelessness. There is what? Hope for those that dare to what? To believe. Rise up from fear, because fear is going to attack you. I'm telling you, even to today, anytime we're about to do a new project, that familiar spirit of fear will show up and say, I'm here again. And we say, no, we walk by faith and not by sight. We step forward, we start taking actions. And with action, you defeat what? Fear. Now, another thing you need to rise up from is people pleasing. Rise up from people pleasing. Yes, some of you want to achieve something, but you want to confirm from every single person before you start the first step. You want to ask every single person. Let me tell you, the more you are asking them for permission, the more you are diluting the power of your will and your ability to execute. What you need to do is, when you get an idea, discuss it with wise people, because in the presence of counsel, there's what? There is victory. Discuss it with the wise people around you. And when they counsel you, go ahead. Yes. Sometimes for me, I don't even counsel anybody. I just start first. Then I'll get the counsel along the way. Because I know that if I start asking everybody for their advice, I may end up not doing what? Doing anything at all. Yes. Then another thing you need to rise up from again is perfectionism. Don't wait till everything is perfect. Don't wait until everything is fully ready. The Bible says, he that observes the wind will not what? Sow. And he that regards the cloud will not what? Reap. If you are watching and waiting for the wind until the wind is clear, you will not fly. Yeah. If an airplane wants to take off and they say, oh, let's wait until the rain stops falling, that plane will stay on the ground for a long time. Yes. So you must what? Take off. You must take off against the wind. You must take off against the circumstances around you. You must take off. As an eagle, you must what? You must take off. You must rise and take off. Then the last one is you must rise up from laziness. Especially mental laziness. Yes. Especially what? Mental laziness. That mental laziness of everything is in your head, planned out, but you are still on your bed. You have not taken any step. You must rise up from what? Mental laziness. Yeah, you must. You must rise up from mental laziness. Closing statement. We need more young people and women. We need more young men and women to rise and bear the cross of building this nation. Yeah. Nigeria is going to be, in the next 25 years, that is 2050, okay, this nation is projected to host over 450 million people. Do you know what 450 million is? That's a lot of people. 450 what? Million people. And today's statistics shows that 60% of Nigerians are under the age of 30 or 35. What does that mean? That means that in the next 25 years, the statistics is still going to be the same. Meaning that 60% of the 450 million people will be what? Young people under the age of what? 35. Now, add 25 years to your own age today. Do the math. Add 25 to your age. Bring out your phone and type your age. I'm not asking you for your age. But bring out your phone, type your age and add 25 to it. How old are you going to be in 2050? How old are you going to be in 2050? Someone says very old. I wrote down in my diary when I was journaling yesterday in the office before I left. I said, Lord, by the time I am 45 or 50, I want to be scaling global industries. That is, I want to be scaling, the industries I've built, I want to now be scaling them globally, just like what Dangote is doing now. Dangote is now scaling his refineries across the globe, right? They are talking of doing one in Tanzania. They are talking of doing one in Nairobi. They are talking of doing one in Namibia right now, from the one in Nigeria across Africa. I said, I want to be scaling the industries I have built globally. What do you want to achieve in the next 25 years? That dream starts, what? Today. Starts now. Add 25 years to your current age. When you get to 2050, where would you be? Would you be among those who are making things happen? Would you be among those who are, creating opportunities for young people? Or will you just be among those who are complaining on the sidelines? I pray that by the end of this conference, you will not just be inspired to dare to dream, but you will be determined to see it come to reality. Thank you very much.
Wow. Wow, 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 wow.
Thank you so much, sir. Let's keep it coming. 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 Thank you so much to Mr. Chibuna Obona. That was a power-packed session. Let's keep it coming. Let's keep it coming. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
All right. So we just got a quick information, and with that information, we'll be making a change quickly. And therefore, I'll be inviting our Royal Majesty once again to come and give us his fatherly blessing. He just signaled that he might want to step out now. So, sir, we would want you to come and give us fatherly blessing before you take your leave. Let's put our hands together for him again. Thank you so much, sir.
I'll be down. Praise the Lord.
So can we do him the honor of standing up while he takes? Thank you.
It's important to take notes. Don't kid yourself that you can retain everything in your head. If that is true, God will not give us the opportunities to write books or read books, even the Bible too. So scribble down something. Some things I share with you are things I sat like this and scribbled something, and now I'm sharing it with you. So don't deceive yourself. If you want to gain here, apply yourself. Every person here is a child of God, and if that is true, the Spirit of God resides in you. So you quicken that spirit. He is the one that helps you to apply the benefits of what you're hearing here today. Are you hearing me? So I'm going to bless you. As many as I hear, no matter who you are. Anybody past God here? Is there any father of God here? Uncle of God? So we're all children of God. And so the blessings are for both people that came to speak and for people that came to receive. You understand? Including myself. I'm a success because of the God content in me. I have detractors, enemies who want to take over my position. What up to here? No success. Praise the Lord. The person that the convener, I don't know you from Adam, do I? But somehow I'm here with you. That's how God connects. That's an example. So, I'm going to bless you as a traditional ruler. You walk on this land of Rivers State. You're on this land. Land is the same all over. From here to Germany, the land is the same. If land moves from here and meets water, it goes under the water, right? And comes out on the other side. So when I speak to the land now, the land hears me. It's biblical. So I'm going to bless you. As many of you that walk on this land of Rivers State of Nigeria will bless you, will support your dream. This land will never open to swallow you. If there is any good on this land, anywhere you are in the world, if there's any good, that good will come to you. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. In Jesus' name. Amen.
Whoa. Thank you so much, His Royal Majesty. Let's honor him with a round of applause and a standing ovation. Keep the clap coming. Keep the clap coming. Thank you so much, sir, for honoring our occasion. Let's keep it coming. Let's keep it coming while he lives. Don't get tired of celebrating and honoring people of dignity. All right. Thank you so much. We can now have our seats as dignitaries too. Okay. So quickly, while the session was going on, the powerful session by Mr. Chibunna Ogbonnaya, we also received some of our guests, and we would love to recognize them. All right, so I'll take their names quickly. We have Mr. Chukwebuka Azoma and Precious Upong from Nigerian Christian Corpus Fellowship, Rivers State, NCCF. Let's put our hands together for them. Thank you so much for gracing our occasion. Okay, we also have Mrs. Modupe Ativie. Let's put our hands together for her. Thank you so much. She is a trailblazer in education and capacity building. We're super, super excited to have you with us, Ma. All right, so quickly, we'll be going over to our panelist session. But before we do that, right, we've had some very heated sessions here. And we want to get your feedback. Okay, many of us are jotting down. Many of us are listening attentively. Let's hear your thoughts. So far, what is that one thing that you have gained, that you are leaving here with, if this conference comes to a close right now? What is that one action you are going to take? What is that decision that you have made and you want to implement? So because this conference, part of what is teaching us is audacity. I don't want to have to pick people. I want those that would volunteer to speak. All right? So the clock is ticking. Let's have 2 persons, 3 persons that want to share a thing or two of what they've gained so far from the session. I was expecting that I'll have a lot of hands and I'll start choosing. What's happening? Thank you so much. Let's put our hands together for, that was the name, Mr. Obadiah. Clap for him now. You cannot speak, you should clap. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. And I'm glad to be in our midst. And I've actually picked a number of things. And one thing that stood out for me, yes, is the fact that you don't have to have everything, sorted out before you start, right? And there's this, like he said, the familiar spirit of fear. It's always there when you want to start out something, you're not sure, and you feel like, okay, should I wait till everything is clear? But then one thing that he reminded me is that you don't have to have everything clear, just make the move. But then, get counsel. I feel that is very, very important. Get counsel. You're not the very first person who is doing it. So reach out to as many persons, not just many persons, but people you can listen to, or people who has gone before you, people who have results. Yes, I think that's very important. People who have results and they can show you. That's the gift of mentorship. Have mentors who can teach you or show you, and you are sure that you can ride on the shoulders of mentors and make success out of it. Thank you.
Well, I still have a question for you. So what are you going to do next based on this information that you have gotten? What is that life-changing step that you're going to make? You might not go in details, but just give us a rundown. Thank you.
Okay, so I feel personally there's something I've already started, right? And like I said, I was not so sure, but I took that step. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to persist, I'm going to be intentional, and I will not be mentally lazy. I think that resonated with me. You can sit and feel like everything will happen, but there's a place to think, there's a place to plan, and get strategy. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Round of applause.
Thank you so much. I want you to also do something based on what you shared now. You have a note and pen. Write down what you said. Write down in exact details what you are going to do. What is that idea that you're going back to after this conference? Take the dates and then run with it. Let's celebrate him once again. So we have another gentleman here. Thank you.
Right. So I think the biggest thing I've learned thus far is that if you're doing anything worthwhile, you have to expect resistance. Because I used to have this notion, I don't know, my life growing up was very straightforward. I only had to put in bare minimum effort to get anything done. School, I never had to read. The lecturer said, once the teacher says it, I've passed. But now that I've gotten older in life, and it started to affect me when I do things, because I used to see resistance as a sign that I'm not supposed to do this. Like I said earlier about the whole scholarship initiative, that's going to cost 100 million naira. We had a number of challenges with organizing it. And initially, I started to feel like, okay, this probably meant that this is not something that can be done. But based on what I've heard here today, it's reminded me that, okay, resistance it's something to be expected when you're trying to do something worthwhile. So I'm going to embody that. The more resistance I face, the more I understand that, okay, yeah, this is difficult, but it's difficult for a reason.
Wow, thank you so much. That's super insightful. We did not get your name, sir. Your name?
Ace.
Ace. Thank you so much, Mr. Ace. While you were speaking, something came to mind. Should I share what came to mind? Or I should keep it in mind? Should I keep it in mind? Share, all right. You know what came to mind? During childbirth, right? You see that the lady is bringing forth life, right? That's a good thing, right? That's amazing. But then what happens? Usually there's what? There's resistance, all right? And despite the fact that there is resistance, what do we still do?
I've done all my life. I've been this person that when I think of something, I just do it. I feel I don't need to tell you about it. And from what the speaker said, that, you don't really need to start telling people, I want to open this, I want to open that, because there are a lot of joy killers out there. So to me, I think that particular word was speaking directly to me. Maybe more like endorsing what I have been doing. Because I've heard friends that say, you could just wake up before we know you don't start this thing, you don't tell me. And sometimes I perceive that they're offended. And you don't tell me, just do this thing. And I'll be like, I think, okay, I was wrong. But with what he said, I think I'm on the right track, because if I notice that you are going to kill my joy or kill this thing I want to start, there is no need for me to tell you. So it's better, maybe whilst I'm on it, I can share to see what you can say. So I think that line was to endorse the habit I've already imbibed. So I've taken that as a point, speaking to me directly.
Amazing. Let's
Thank you
celebrate that.
very
You
much,
did not get your name, ma. Come back.
Margaret.
Oh, Margaret. Thank you so much. Mr. Shimona mentioned that we have dreamers and we have what? And we have what? We have dreamers and we have dream killers. It's important that you're able to discern who you're associating with. Are you associating with the dreamer or you're associating with what? A dream killer. I want to share a story, should I?
Go ahead.
People like hearing things, but no problem, I will. So a friend of mine reached out to me that he wanted to start up a business, transport business, all right? And it seemed like a good idea. I'm usually very excited with new stuff. So I was like, why not? Okay, go ahead now. Why not? And then the next time I saw him, I asked him about his business. He said, man, no, leave that business, so it cannot work. I said, why? He said that he met somebody that started the business and failed. And the guy was just feeding him with all the negativity and all the limitations. I was super angry. Like, why would you get cancer from somebody that failed when there are people that are succeeding? The crazy thing, not so long after that, I met somebody else that was succeeding in the transport business. So I went back to that, my friend. Young man, come. Look at this guy. He's succeeding. So if there was anybody you would have gotten cancer from, it was from somebody that was succeeding in that, business. So this is just to add to what she said. It's not exactly to say that, like he mentioned, that you should associate with the wise and you'll be what? Wise. All right? It's important that you discern. There are people that you share with and they take your dreams from 0 to 100. There are some people that take it from 100 down to 0. So you should be able to discern, okay? And be very selective who you share with based on your discernment. Sometimes their results too is a proof that, they believe in something and they can make it work, okay? So thank you once again, Ms. Margaret, for that insightful share. Let's celebrate ourselves once again for your participation. We really do appreciate it.
Okay, quick one. We're going to have our energy check. Dare to dream, we all remember, right? We do not? Okay, good. We have some people that have stepped in, and when I say dare to dream, you say nothing is too big. Did we all follow what I said? Did we all follow what I said? Good. When I say dare to dream, you say nothing is too big. When I say dare to dream, you say nothing is unattainable. And when I say dare to dream, you say there is more and I am more. So we're going to start from nothing is too big. Dare to dream.
Nothing is too big.
Our energy is low. Dare to dream.
Nothing is too big.
Okay. Dare to dream. Very well. Dare to dream.
Nothing is unattainable.
The last one. Dare to dream.
There's more.
Okay. It
Let's
looks
take the
like
three of them.
Mr.
Let's take the three of them.
Onyekachi's mic was louder than our voices. So we're going to take it without his voice. Dare to dream. That's too low. Dare to dream. Very well. I want you to remind yourself. Dare to dream. Now we go the second time. Dare to dream. Very good. And the last one. Dare to dream. Now reaffirm that last one very well. Dare to dream.
I noticed something.
What's
Some people
that?
dare to dream electrical security. Are you speaking Chinese? Do we have multiple languages here? So people are not saying what we're saying. Let's try it again.
Okay. Are we ready?
I'm looking at your lips now.
Okay. We're not ready. For the fact that I can't even hear our voices, it means
let's
that we're not ready. Are we ready? That's too low. Are we ready? Good. Dare to dream. Dare to dream. Dare to dream. A round of applause for yourselves. Thank you very much. Right about now, we'll be moving to the panel session. And personally for me, this happens to be one of the, I don't even know how to explain it, but have you seen when you're cooking jollof rice, there's a heat boiling point that it gets to and everybody's already perceiving the aroma. And I believe that there is already a space of intensity that has started in your heart. And this one is just more like the icing on the cake. Oh, there's still more, by the way. And for that, we will be reading the biographies of our speakers. I want us to pay attention. I want us to stay intrigued. And I want us to honor with a round of applause when they come on stage. Do we have a deal? We do not have a deal. Do we have a deal? We still do not have a deal. Do we have a deal? Okay, what did I say? Since we have a deal, what did I say?
They've started speaking in other languages now.
What did I say? Maybe just one person. What did I say? Means that nobody was listening. We're going into the panel session now, and I will be reading the biographies of our speakers. And for this essence, or for this part of the conference, I want you to stay intrigued, and I want you to honor with a round of applause when they come on stage.
Yeah.
Now, do we have a deal? Thank you. Mr. Onyekachi, you can go ahead.
All right.
With the
I'll be
biography.
starting with Engineer Ellis Adejuro. Now, if there's any part of the biography or his profile that hits you, you can start clapping from there. Do we have a deal too? Okay? There's a lot. I'm sure you just keep clapping till the end. So he is a speaker, petroleum engineer, and youth advocate. He's a prolific speaker with enthusiasm for youth development and Pan-African integration. He's a senior process safety engineer at NLNG. Okay, I see what you do there. I see what you do there. Ellis Tega Adejuro is a distinguished petroleum engineer with over 15 years of extensive hands-on experience within the dynamic and complex oil and gas sector. Throughout his career, he has navigated the technical and strategic frontiers of the industry. Beyond his technical proficiency, his extensive portfolio of speaking engagements includes appearance at numerous industry summits and youth empowerment forums, where he has proven ability to translate engineering concepts into accessible insights. He has an unwavering passion for youth development and Pan-African integration. He is deeply committed to mentoring the next generation of leaders, leveraging his professional journey to inspire young minds to bridge the gap between technical ambition and continental progress. Ellis doesn't just speak about success. He provides the actionable frameworks and the motivational spark necessary for young Africans to take ownership of their future and drive the continent's development forward. In the Dare to Dream conference, Ellis Tega Adejoro represents the powerful intersection of hard-won technical experience and visionary leadership. I don't know why we're not clapping. Challenging the next generation to dream without boundaries and engineer a new reality for themselves and Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and friends, join me, make welcome Ellis Tega Adejoro. Thank you so much. We're super honored to have you. You just have your seat. Some people are standing.
Thank you
I like
very
that.
much, sir.
I like that. Thank you so much, sir.
Very good, sir.
All right. All right. Okay.
Okay. I would be reading the biography of Dr. Modupe Ativie. Dr. Modupe Ativie is an entrepreneur, education leader, and executive consultant known for her work at the intersection of education, technology, leadership development, and institutional growth. She is the founder and leader of multiple organizations spanning education, technology, consulting, and social impact initiatives. Through her work, she has trained professionals, advised organizations, and developed programs designed to equip individuals and institutions with the skills required to thrive in a rapidly evolving global economy. Dr. Ativie is a passionate advocate for technology-driven transformation, particularly in areas such as blockchain, digital innovation, and future-focused education. She is also deeply committed to empowering women and emerging leaders through knowledge, capacity building, and access to opportunities.
I thought women would be clapping now.
As a speaker, she brings practical insights drawn from the real-world experience, building and scaling organizations across different sectors. Her speaking engagements typically explore topics such as the future of work, technology, and society leadership in emerging markets, education innovation, and the role of entrepreneurship in economic development. Dr. Ativie is known for delivering engaging, thought-provoking presentations that combine strategic insights with actionable ideas. Her mission is to inspire individuals and institutions to pursue excellence, embrace innovation, and build solutions that create lasting impact. And trust me, you will be inspired. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, please can we make welcome Dr. Modupe Ativie. Thank you very much, ma. Thank you very, very, very much. Okay. The next person here is no other person than our convener, Mr. Onyekachi.
Yeah, before we bring in our convener, I want to say something I observed. When we called in the first speaker, nobody was clapping until they heard NLNG. So I want to find out why. What do you know about NLNG? That
Somebody
made you
said
clap?
giveaway.
But I'll be lying if I say I don't know why. Okay? So let's celebrate all our speakers right now. Now, before we call in our convener, we also have one more panelist in our list. And it's none other than Engineer Inji Christian Anyafo. He's the CEO of JES Limited, which is Global Tech Energy Services Limited, the president of Engineers Energy Consortium, EEC, the founder of IGTA International, the founder of Pro Guardians, the board member, Society of Petroleum Engineers, Section 104, petroleum and natural gas engineer with an MSc in gas engineering and PhD in view in gas engineering. He's a certified trainer amongst the trainers for NISDP and ITF training programs across Nigerians and more. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and friends, let's make welcome Engineer Inji Christian Anyafo. Now, I would want us to keep standing, if you don't mind, as we also recognize and honor the person of our convener. And I'll be reading his profile, so I want you to do it with so much energy, okay, and enthusiasm. How many of us are ready for this? How many of us are ready? Are you sure? No, I want to test. How do you call it? Energy check. Right? Let's do some energy check now, right? Huh? Energy check. Dare to dream. What happened now? Energy check. Energy check. Dare to dream. Sharp. Let's put us together for ourselves. All right, let's take it. Dare to dream. Let's start from the beginning. Dare to dream. Dare to dream. Dare to dream. Oh, awesome. So in that spirit, we want to make welcome Mr. Ayodeji Stephen. He's an energy transition strategist, entrepreneur, and passionate advocate for Africa's youth. From humble beginnings, he has built a portfolio of ventures spanning hydrogen energy, infrastructure, and Pan-African development. Proof that audacious dreams, relentlessly pursued, can reshape continents. He's a PhD researcher. He's a fellow of UNEP Geo7 and Agora Energy Wind, and recognized among the ESI Africa's African Power and Energy Elites 2025/2026. Ayodeji brings world-class expertise without losing sight of where he comes from. He convenes the Dare to Dream conference because he believes every young African deserves a stage, a mentor, and the unshakable conviction that their dream is valid. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and friends, let's honor and celebrate our convener, Mr. Ayodeji Stephen, as he takes the stage. Let's clap now. So, Mr. Ayodeji Stephen will do us the honor of anchoring and moderating this panelist session. All right, so let's just stay, ready and brace for impact. Tell your neighbor, brace for impact.
All right. Thank you so much, everyone. Please let's have our seats. Distinguished panel members, I greet every one of you. Please let's have our seats. Thank you. We're going to be having a very interesting conversation, and I'm going to be pushing you guys to talk about where you started from. Now, I understand it's been years, you've spent years in the industry, you've done quite a couple of things. But as we all know, we have a lot of young people in the room, and our questions usually are pertaining, how do we go about these challenges we are facing at the early stages of our careers, of our lives? And so I am representing you guys. I'm on your side. All right. And so I will start with a question, and I want you to be as elaborate as you can. And the reason I want you to be as elaborate as you can is because I want you to please share your experiences. Now, don't just tell me or tell us now. Like I said, I'm on your side. Don't just tell us, I dedicated myself. Tell us the things you did when you dedicated yourself, how you dedicated yourself. How did you dedicate yourself? What were the challenges you went through? Oh, I was hungry. I was broke. I did not have food for like 3 months, maybe. I fasted for like 3 days at a time, and I was still taking courses. Things like that. We want you to please share practical ways that would help young people. And so, ladies first, right? So I'll start with Ms. Modupe. All right. So my first question here is, tell us what do you do and how did you get to where you are currently in your career?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Modupe Ative, and it's a pleasure. I am excited every time I'm in a room where there are young people who want to make something of themselves. For you to leave, it could have been on Netflix Saturday morning, or I don't know, doing something else. But you chose to be here and to hear people talk, share their experiences, to learn something. First of all, that makes you stand out. So please give yourselves a round of applause. So what do I do? At the moment, I I'm the founder and executive director. I like to call myself the executive director because my late husband was the chairman, and then we had other people, but we're calling it's Eudora and Eagle Group. So Eudora and Eagle group of companies, and we do a couple of things. So within that group of companies, we have Eudora and Eagle Management Consulting. And there we do training and professional consulting, and that has happened for some time. We also have Aristia Preparatory College. Now, Aristia Preparatory College is a sixth form college. And what we do is prepare young people. I'm very passionate about young people as well. So we're preparing young people for the future, to get them ready for what the future actually holds. So you finish secondary school, because I didn't plan to compete with secondary schools or universities. That's why we're calling it a preparatory college. Then another thing we do is there's Credence Ledger Solutions. So Credence Ledger Solutions is a technology company. We focus on emerging and disruptive technologies. So somebody mentioned blockchain reading my profile, but we also are into sovereign AI infrastructure and other areas as well. That's a technology company. We also have Mycon Allied Services, and that is partly what my husband used to do before he passed. So he was an engineer and he was into construction, road construction, bitumen distribution. So these are all the things. I don't know if I've left anything out, but this is everything we have in the group. Now, this has been built over a period of more than 17 years. It did not just happen. I'll tell you my story from school. So I got into the University of Lagos studying microbiology. And towards my final year, in my final year, we did our project. You know how you do your project, you submit your project. My project supervisor called the group. We're a group of about 8 people. And she said, okay, we have signed off on your project. Come for the project delivery. What do you call that thing? Defense, project defense. And on the day of my project defense, they didn't call our names. What happened? She said, your project was substandard. Literally, one guy on the group got up and started cursing at her. But is that not why you're our supervisor? You know, we came here, you're supposed to work with us and ensure that the project is up to standard. If we had done something wrong, my expectation would be you tell me it's not good, go and do it. And this is my life, you know. If you tell me it's not good, if I have to do it 10 times to get it right, I will do it 10 times to get it right. But she didn't do that. What she said is that she just set us up for that day. And we got there, we could not defend our projects. And so she said, everybody has an extra year. And I looked at myself. You know how that thing when you think, I've finished from school, and this is project defense. I didn't fail any course. You didn't fail any course. And then they tell you, you have to go back and do 1 extra year. I'm going that far back because I want you to know that sometimes you look forward and you think like, how am I going to come out of this situation? How is it going to get better? But at the same time, I had applied to do a master's in information technology at the University of East London in Dagenham. And I had gotten my admission already. And I just wanted to finish from Unilag and then go to school. But that did not happen. So I went back to UEL and I said to them that, well, I don't have my final year results, but I would like to come and do my final year in the UK. And they said it's never been done before. School, how do we accept somebody to come to school in the final year for a 3-year degree course that we've never done it before? I said, well, there's always a first time. We can start. I requested for my testimonial, right? Testimonial from unit. Transcripts, thank you so much. It's been so long ago, I forgot. My transcript. And I sent it to the University of East London. And they said, okay, we'll just take you, come. So I still went. I finished in UEL. And then I worked in the UK for about maybe 5 or 6 years. Then I came back to Nigeria. So I came back to Nigeria because there was a lot of opportunity in the UK, and I was working in a pharmaceutical company. I worked with Pfizer Global Pharmaceuticals for that period of time. And it was fantastic. I mean, I was earning more money than I knew what to do with. As a young girl, they're paying you 2,000 something pounds. Like, okay, what next? I've paid rent, what next am I going to do? But even at then, it was when it becomes comfortable and you think there is more, part of our energy check, there's more. What else do we want to do? And thankfully, my husband was that kind of person as well. He was like, you know what? We're just here coasting. You will earn money, you will do well, but we're just here coasting. Let's go back to Nigeria. And he really wanted to come back and do something. And I was like, you said? But, we came back to Nigeria, and he started working in the oil and gas sector. So he moved from oil and gas into construction. But in that time, I was thinking in my mind, and I was amazed by how many gaps I saw, both in education, capacity building, technology. I was like, why is this gap so wide? And what can we do to fill the gap? And then I thought to myself, when I saw the theme of the conference, Dare to Dream, I said the dreaming is the easy part because dreaming is free. You don't pay any cost for dreaming. The dare is in the building, getting up from the dream and making it happen. So the dare is in the building. Starting companies, first of all, you're registering a company in Nigeria. You need to do this, you need to do that, registering. How did we even move from starting one company to having registered about 5 different companies, all of them functional at the moment? So that's another thing to look at. But as we started and we just kept going, one day after the other, one challenge after the other, what has been in my mind is the fact that there is nothing that is impossible when you truly put your mind to it. There have been times when we hire people, there are contracts, and payments are delayed. If you work for a company like NDDC and you are waiting for payments for almost 1 year, and you've used your money to run a project, or something like that. So there are challenges every step of the way, but the impact that you can make is in the fact that you keep going. I'll tell you about my technology company because that's one of the most exciting ones for me now, and technology has always been a passion. At some point, I co-founded a company with a German friend of mine, and we got our first seed funding. And our first seed funding was 60,000 euros. After we got 60,000 euros, I was in Germany twice for us to sign the papers and to start. And then the second meeting we had there, she said to me, oh, you have to sign a power of attorney because we registered it as a German company. So sign a power of attorney in case you're not around and there's something that I need to do. We take the power of attorney and then we run into action. And I thought, okay, it's harmless. Now, this was a lady that when I went to the second time, she didn't even let me stay in a hotel. She was like, oh, come and stay in my house. And I was a bit careful, Oyibo, don't come and tell me that I infringed on your personal space and all that. She said, no, come. She was so wonderful. But you know what happened? Immediately the funds were released. She said to me, oh, she used the power of attorney against me and signed and said, I'm not a German citizen, so I can't be a co-founder of a German company. And I now have to come in as an employee. You think Nigerians are the only people that are fraudulent? It's not true. It happens all over the world. Now, I took it to the funding organization and I'm like, this is what happened. They said, but you signed a power of attorney and you gave it to her that she can do whatever she feels is in the best interest of the company. For an entire week, I could not eat, I could not sleep. I was just in my house looking. It was my husband that said, get up from there. You have to start and do your own. If this has happened to somebody else, you start and, get your own. Work with Africans. You don't have to work with people outside the country. And the point is, there is so much that when I began to look inside here, there is so much talent. I was listening to some of you speak, and their thoughts are so brilliant. And I'm wondering, where there's this young man, I made a note of your name, Ehis. I was listening to him speak and I was like, my God, how can you sit down in one place and you don't have all the comforts of life, but you're thinking of how you want to sponsor 1,000 people in school? Who does that? You know, so my story is one of, I know you said we should not say we were determined, but we were determined. We were resilient in the face of whatever the challenges were. And some of the biggest challenges I've faced are from clients. Will you deal with irate clients? When clients come and, you know, they think, maybe they even think they want to shut you down. But you have done your own business ethically, you have done what you have to do, and then you sit down and tell them, this is policy, this is how it goes, and then you just keep growing. So I think my greatest commitment and the biggest thing I would tell you to do is get up and build. Africa needs builders. We need people that not just I beg to apply. The oppositions are there, you know, but the thing is that ownership is still very available in Africa. Ownership is everywhere because there's so much that we can do. And that's how I want you to think. As you begin to dream and as you begin to build, think ownership. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's give her a round of applause. All right. Thank you so much. Now, listening to her, you probably would have heard things like perseverance, things like determination, things like pain and failure. You know, she had pains. And so as a young person, you probably would think, oh, nobody understands how difficult it is. Your journey is not unique to you, actually. There is a lot of pain that other people are going through. Thank you so much, ma'am. I'll come back to you. Okay. So, Engineer Ellis, I will want to ask. In getting to where you are right now, what do you think has been the biggest obstacle that you've had to overcome? Now, I'm not saying, so Ms. Modupe has shared with us that the biggest challenge has been working with clients. I'm saying from a personal perspective, maybe an internal perspective, maybe a you perspective, maybe an habit, something that you had to overcome to become who you are right now. What would you say that is?
Sorry, your name is?
Ayodeji.
Ayodeji. Okay, so permit me to be real. Can I be real? Okay, fine. I'll go back to the reintroduction. I noticed, like he said, when they said NLNG, a lot of people like, okay, so let me bust your bubbles. I was fortunate to work in two of the major oil companies, indigenous oil companies in the country. I'm talking of NNPC and NLNG. So parentally or primarily my parents' company is NNPC, which I have spent over 15 years. And currently NLNG, you know, transport into 5 years. But this, I said this because I was going to change the narrative. So before I change the narrative, I want us to give a round of applause to all those who are CEOs in the house. Please, can we give a round of applause to those who are CEOs in the house? Okay, so I think I will tell you the reason for this applause. Sometimes back in 2007, as very young, I gained employment into NNPC. Yeah, so fresh out of school, and you're kind of like, oh, you want to work in an oil company. And yeah, that was so much expectations. Somehow we got all the goodies and the benefits oil company has to offer. Most especially you are not married, you're young, and you know, you could flaunt them around. But one thing kept me, because he said something, he said, what was the biggest challenge, right? I remember I was in the auditorium at corporate headquarters in Abuja while we were being inducted. And there was this voice that spoke to me very well. It was audible that this is just the beginning. This is not the end point. This is a passing phase. So seriously, when the employment package came, you know, and everything came, we were like, me, this, how can, you know, I used to hear millions, say, blah, 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 but no, I can't, all this kind of thing. So my first 5 years in the industry, I was perplexed, you know, too much money to send around. I forgot where I was coming from. Now, I was too comfortable, so that is my challenge. I became very comfortable. Remember, I was young. I actually was, about in my late 20s, and then I was not married. So I had everything at my comfort. And here am I. I have aspiring pathway ahead of me to grow to become whatever I want to become. And I forgot that I had a talent before I got that job. A talent that was driving me, a talent that I was passionate about. But I knew that on that day of induction, I heard it very clearly that this is not your global space. Okay. So 10 years after, no, before 10 years, I was like, oh, I'm going to travel abroad. I had everything to travel abroad. So travel abroad was not the case. So when I called my friends who are abroad, they tell me what they received. They tell me all the hours after paying tax and everything. I'm like, me will go back. I can't start like that too. No, I'll better keep my job, right? So I got to 10 years, and in the government sector, for those of us in the government sector, you know that 10 years you got this pension, right? You have pension, and you're like, okay, I'll be pensionable. I can spend my pensions. So thereafter, I have grown to a point where, okay, I'm a supervisor, and I have people working under me, people calling you SARS, people giving you all this, respect and corium, and you are now dealing with contractors. So you have all these benefits coming around you. Then sometimes you don't even need to touch your salaries. You don't even know when the salaries are paid. And then I'm only telling you about the comforts. It was so great. So people see your ID card. Oh, NNPC. I forgot to tell you. I was working in one of the refineries, and then I was transferred to corporate headquarters. So working in corporate headquarters, I had the privilege to work with some of the very, very high management staff of NNPC, and also double with, I go to presidency most times and everything. So I was enjoying all those privileges. So remember that my initial distance totally dead. So I was feeling, wow, I'm already here. Give me so time, I'll be GM, I'll be this. From there, I become GD. I was plotting, okay? At a point, I started looking back and saw when I started, how much I was receiving. 5 years down the line, how much I was receiving. 10 years down the line, how much I was receiving. 12, how much I was receiving. So then, in the oil and gas, you now begin to compare yourself with your colleagues, your guys in Shell, in Mobil, in Total. Boy, how much salary are? Or this one say, this, like, wow. You in so you're like, no, when I get to this, I'll be so happy. And then you are receiving 1, 2, 3. And you're like, At the time you come and say, I'm even receiving 3. People must not hear this outside, though. A month. Do you get? And like, no. It's not becoming, you are no longer satisfied. And you are seeing that your wants are becoming to increase. And then you kind of, what's happening? You see that there's this inner thing you can't really pinpoint into. There's this inner hunger. There's the desire you have not really satisfied yet. So that became a very great challenge. So at the time I said, fine, I'm traveling abroad. I want to go to Qatar Energy. So before Qatar Energy, I said, no, why don't I go to LNG here? LNG, let me start with LNG in Nigeria. From LNG, so be careful of what you think and what you dream in your head. Because as you think it, you think it's not a prayer, but thinking it alone is already a prayer. So in NNPC, I was like, I'll go to LNG. I'll go to LNG. From LNG, I'll go to Qatar Energy. From Qatar Energy, just plotting that way. Like play. 2 things happen in the company, wrote some exams, tests, and lo and behold, in LNG, here I find myself. And after some few years in LNG, I'm like, come on. I'm in LNG now. All the benefits we hear, after some few times, it now die down, You enjoyed all of them, it now die down. You go back to what used to be in NNPC again. You are used to everything again. And still, that hunger is still there. Now, that brings me to Christian, right? So Christian used to be a very good colleague and a friend, quite from my days of Society of Petroleum Engineers. So I know, we work together, and he's someone I was leading the youth what? Something I wasn't really a youth, I can't remember what I used to. He used to be very, very active. And he used to tell me, Ellis, you can do this, you can do this, like a Christian. So I feel that well, money can solve it. Once there's money, we do and solve it. So money was everything to me then. So coming to NLNG, after all said and done, all the benefits, I still was feeling that hunger. That desire was still there. And I'm like, no, something is missing. Okay, I felt like maybe I should try Qatar Energy. I should try other companies. I traveled around the world, traveled around there. I did some 1 or 2 contacts with my colleagues in internationally. But I still see that, okay, I got 1 or 2 benefits, but it was still there. And I called some people. I said, there's something wrong. Oh. I think I've missed it. Until I came back and noticed that, look, I remembered what was told to me. This is just a passing phase. This is not your final destination. So what I was saying in essence is that I was already planning my way up the ladder through the organization. Oh, I become a manager, GM, GD. So you begin to permit it and everything. And then at that point when I knew that even when I get to all these places, I would not be satisfied. At that point, I came to realization that, look, there's something I need to fulfill. And I told myself, I just gave myself, at this time, I should be doing so thing in my life. I should go back. So somehow, I started going back to my network before I got an MPC job. Going back out to my network and started telling them, oh, look, oh, please call me when you want to go and do this. Call me. I used to be like what was wrong in my profile. I used to speak in conferences and symposiums. So I go back, I said, no, I want to do workshops again. I want to impact people. I want to do this again. And then somehow I was being called. Somehow I just find myself, don't give me money. I don't even need the money. I just want to be there. I just want to pour everything into people. I just want to help. And I noticed that immediately I keep doing that, I see this fulfillment, this passion begin to come in. So I now begin to ask them. I started doing the maths. Then if God knows that I'm going to be here, then why give me all these things now? He says, so that you can help. Do you get? So at this point, I get to know that, oh, even the workshops and symposiums, man, you need money to do them. Okay? So, and that's, sometimes too, I don't even need to meet people for this thing now. I sponsor them myself and things like that. So I now saw where they now, where they meet together. So, long and short, my stay in NLNG, I kind of now got to meet people who are also having the same drive. And they're like, oh, look. And they knew that, look, I do this. And like, please, we want your platform. We want your this. And thankfully, when Christian said, in fact, for a while, right? So he called me 2 or 3 days ago. Yeah, 3 days ago. Yeah. So he was like, hey, there's this platform or this Dare to Dream. I said, I've not heard about them. He said, please, could you do something for... Like, Christian, are you saying, please? I want to jump at it. Do you get? Because this is just what I want. I don't want that. I want something to take me back to where I am coming from. I need a global platform. So, my challenge was comfort. I was comfortable with where I am, but truly I knew where I was supposed to be. And I want to say these words. While she was saying, something caught my mind. Life will always challenge your fight. Dare to dream. Like she said, dream is the smallest part. The dare, that's the main part. And the dare is a fight. But remember, life will always challenge it. In my own case, with all these beautiful things I have said, I have my personal fights that were going on. I may not be able to share with you right now, but life came real and challenged me. At that point, where I knew that where I'm supposed to be and what I was passionate about was real, is that within those fights, it was still pounding in my heart. It was a desire that was still pounding. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Round of applause. If you are not clapping, you're wrong. If you are not clapping, you're wrong. All right. Thank you so much. Now, I don't know if you heard some of the things he said, but you see, the enemy of good is average. When comfort keeps you from going after bigger things, and bigger things does not mean more money. Remember when I spoke earlier, It's not about the amount of money in your bank account. For him, it's impact. It's pouring into the next generation. And you see, God has taken him through an entire circle just to bring him back to a point and say, I have helped you, now help others. All right? And so we must make sure that we don't get comfortable with the status quo. There is more. Say to your neighbor, there is more. There is more. All right. At this junction, I would like to recognize the presence of Engineer Amechi Opurum, who is the Special Advisor on Protocol and Logistics to the Honorable Commissioner. Let's put our hands together for Education, Rivers State, in person of Dr. Peters Nwagu. Let's put our hands together. Let's put our hands together. Let's put our hands together. Welcome, sir. Also, you might have questions. So a basket will be passed around. Please write your question in a short piece of paper. Please do not write an epistle. A short question. A short, very short question. Please do not write an epistle. And just drop your questions in the basket. All right. I'll come to you, Engineer Christian. So I was going to ask you the same question I asked others, but I said no, I'm not going to ask you that. All right, so I want to ask you, was there a point in your career, in your growth, and this does not only have to be in your career, it could be in your life, it could be a life lesson, right? Was there a point where you genuinely thought about giving up? And what happened in that moment? Now, I'm sure that there probably are a number of them. But the moment I mentioned this question, tell us the one that came to your mind. All right.
Thank you very much. I actually put on the glasses because of the lights, but maybe I might look down. I'm not looking down on you guys. That's a question I've never thought of in my life, but it has pushed me far back. I didn't even thought of talking about that. I will start back in my life because a lot of young people are here. Just like I appreciate the speakers who have spoken before now. I think I forgot the name, but the CEO with Red, he spoke so excellently well. And I will tell you, it's already a step forward to you guys. Now to the panelist question. I will take you outside even the university before I get into the university. When I just had the WAEC, the NECOs, I was so enthusiastic because growing up, I was always, let me say, I was amongst the intelligent ones. You know, when you're going to school, if you are not first, if you are not second, if you are not third, you know you are failed. I was in that category. So when I graduated, when I finished secondary school, my goal was, go into medicine. That's what my family were all about. You're too intelligent. You need to become a doctor. So that was the drive I had. So we started looking at the international exams, scholarships for medicine professionals. I took some of them. And after I registered for them, they said, you have to go for preparatory classes. And I started seeing myself. I went through from primary, I was always at the top. Secondary, I was always at the top. I didn't see it for a preparatory class. What is so different about this? I went into that preparatory class. That was when I discovered I was not intelligent. I now saw my parents, my family set me up. And it's what a lot of parents do these days. They don't measure up their children to grow through where they will find dominance. They push them where they will face challenges. It's common. If a child is intelligent in today's world, they'll say, do science. It's true of us. I'm telling you, it's a reality. We would have had the best bankers, but some of them are medical doctors today. We would have had the best politicians, but today some of them are surgeons. We would have had the best of best governors. Or I'm not saying we don't have the best, but I'm telling you the reality where we have shifted from. That's politics. I'm not a politician. I don't talk politics. We come back to where we are. That challenged me because I started seeing myself. I get to a place, let me remove my cap. Another for submissiveness. I got to a stage where when we were going in for the exam, you know, when you are going in for an exam, you see your mates, you see a head. You say, this head, wait till you know you can look at somebody and say, there is no way this person will not be intelligent. I started seeing myself fighting for things I never knew I would fight for. I started seeing myself, telling myself, I'm not going to make it in this. Because in the preparatory classes, you know, some of you have watched some of these challenges online, that before they finish a question, somebody knows the answer. That's how it was in that preparatory class. So each time I come in the morning, I will go back home feeling like I'm a failure. So we will be doing, they want to just a question before they finish the question. The student is listing the answers and the options that follows that answers. I started seeing myself, I didn't learn from this way because I came from government system. I went through government schools from primary to secondary. And indeed, government schools are the best. I'm not saying privates are not the best, but they are the best. They are the best when you grow through your own self, not growing through the system. That means you are building yourself from that level. I started discovering that, oh, no, I won't make it in this. Cut the long story short, I went in for it. I didn't make it. When they checked the list, my name was amongst the top 15. They needed just the top 7. So they now said there was one slot. After like 2 weeks, I had given up. They now said there was a slot. But amongst the list, I'm telling you a true life story. I don't want to mention the institution for some reasons. But for anybody in the list to come up, the person, if your family can afford 1.5 million, you know, then many years ago, that's not small money. That was huge money. So my dad, I don't know whether he could afford, but I know he had properties, he could give up one for that. But God had a way of doing his own things. So my dad stingily didn't give in anything to give me that dream he actually wanted, because that was his dream. So, cut the long story short, I found, after a while, I was so intelligent, I found myself in the university studying mathematics. To cut the long story short, I graduated from mathematics. I just, to make the next progress, somebody who knew me and said, oh, you are good, confident linguist, but can you come and be a teacher here? Just to take our students before they write their work for physics, mathematics. If I noticed myself, a month to go, none of you would have thought of this because it wasn't in my bio. It's because of the question that took me to where I faced problems. So after like 2 weeks, you know, Tega talked of me. In today's world, I'm more visible than him, but I can tell you for free, he's more of my boss. When he found fulfillment in life, I was still struggling. But from the basis of my struggling, I could identify potential. That was me. If I come to conferences like this, like that's why I came with the speaker. He told you guys something. He was attending every conference. That was one thing about me. There is no conference I wasn't attending. And those were some of the things that shaped my mentality. Because I was not thinking like my equal. I was not thinking like myself. If you are here and you are sitting in the audience and your current motivation is sitting beside you, then you are not dreaming big. You are not even daring to dream, because there must be something bigger than you before you think of dreaming big. The challenges continue. So I found myself, I wasn't loving to be a teacher. I discovered I was teaching in a secondary school. Before I noticed, Tega can tell because he knows me more, I'm a fighter. If you give me your tomato to sell in the market, I must make sure I finish that tomato before the end of that day. If it will mean me leaving that position from my comfort to move to people who are in that market, please buy this tomato, buy it and come back. I will give you my address. If there's any problem, come. That was how I was so anyway, that was how I went into that. I was so passionate. Just within 2 weeks, the proprietor was surprised. People were coming from everywhere asking about this school. Before they noticed I was the one doing that. I wasn't there for long, to stay for long. The next minute, she called me and said, they held a staff meeting. I was the youngest staff by then. That's many years ago. We're talking of 2010, 2011. 2010, I was the youngest staff. We had a staff meeting. In the staff meeting, an announcement was, the proprietor just made from today henceforth, your new principal is Mr. G. Christian Ayefo. Behold you, I was the youngest staff. Secondly, behold you, I was, if you want to talk of qualification, because I don't have experience. How do you challenge experience without experience? I have a company. We hire, even IGT. Currently I have over 90 staffs that I pay every month. We'll get there. So till now, I can't understand how somebody would have picked somebody who just came in. There was nothing in my CV to have said this guy has been in the field. Do you know what gave me that elevation? I took it as if it was mine. And that is why I said I was a fighter. How many of you today want to be a fighter? You don't have to fight for me. You have to fight because the world of today, if you are not fighting, they will be fighting you. Are you getting it? So you have to be ready to challenge and take opportunities. Now, I became a principal. The next moment, I discovered I was chief of center for WAEC because the school had a center. I now started seeing myself elevation. I said no. After 4 months, I resigned. When I resigned, everybody was saying, this boy, how can you be so stupid? How can you be a principal? Then they were paying me 100,000 or not now. 100,000, they're like 1 million or more. People were saying, how can you stop this? Then another schools were, because I was in sciences, so the need was high. Other schools were saying, can you come and take us, even if it's just 1 day as students, physics, mathematics? That was how I started seeing money coming in. So in a month, I could make up to 300,000 then. But I left all of that. People were saying, before I was leaving that, I was made a communication officer for BBC. I've also been a correspondent. So because I was into so many things. I was so passionate about growth that I didn't find purpose until when I got to a stage, which I will tell you guys. So finding purpose is key. It's not even dreaming. Don't dream yet. If you dream, good. If you want to dare, don't dare yet. If you have not found purpose, it will be difficult for you to dare and succeed. There are people that have dared, some of them didn't make it. But I'm not telling you not to dare, I'm saying dare. But in all you want to dare, make sure that thing you want to do, it's something you love doing. The long story short, I now discovered myself. I resigned from being a correspondent with BBC. I became a correspondent with CBS. I also let all of those things down. Then I was also into so many things. Then I was young then, but I was much into organization. So then I was working with EED, CPS. So they'll call me, go for training in peace building and conflict transmission. I did some trainings in Germany, some in France, Central Polyvalent. I could remember, so I can still remember some of those things many years back. So that was how I could find myself in places. Today I'm an international mediator in K. But that was where the foundation started from many years. So you see these our big stories. You see this our big present. It was never achieved in a year. I can tell you for free. It was never achieved in 2 years. It was never achieved in 5 years. But there is something I want to say before I continue. Do you know what success is? The relationship between success and age. Success doesn't care about age. Truth be told. Do you know what success cares about? The only thing success cares about with respect to age is if you are willing to keep showing up until you get that winning you deserve. That's all success cares about. I believe some of you here are Christians. When did Sinach become relevant in the public domain? She was almost about 43 or 53, if I can't remember. When did Mercy Chinyo become relevant? She was less than 30. So it's not about age. I tell people all the time, it's never too late to dream big, and it's never too late to dare to dream that dream you would have dreamt earlier. Now we come back to the subject matter. I'm still going to the question. So I saw those challenges. I left all of those things. It was beautiful. Do you know why? You go anywhere, they respect you because when you carry those tags, they say, oh, no, please come, sir. Anywhere you go, when local majors come in, because I was young. And to be young and to be respected, it's something that can kill dreams. So those respects kept entering my head. Till now, if my staffs call me, sir, I'm not happy. Why? Because I've challenged some of those things. So I know things that can make people feel. Praises kills. If you see anybody who prays, you can hear somebody from those big industries telling you that there is still more that he didn't even think he would see there. So you can come to a conference like this. You would have thought, oh, my future lies in following a career path. being under people. But you can come from here and you go back, you start small and you become a major big player in the industry. Cut the long story short, I dropped all of those things. I said, oh, I now started loving money like my brother talked about. I now started asking my senior brother, because he was also successful. He even has a lot of companies. So I started asking him, what is making you successful? Do you know anything? We started discussing. He didn't give me an option. I went online. I now came to discover about petroleum engineering. Petroleum engineers, they have money. I went in to do petroleum engineering. I graduated. But my success, whatever I built today, started from the university. That was when I started. I didn't really find myself. When I went in, I was going in for money. So while I was in school, I was doing businesses. Before I noticed, I would fry chicken. Are you guys hearing me? I'm a good cook. Till today, people testify. I should have had an eatery, but I've grown that I don't see that, but I should have. Till today, people still tell me. So I started frying chicken. If I'm coming to class, I was in the university, I was a fine boy. My parents were providing. They were not like I was a poor, but I had dreams. Do you earn your dreams with an empty pocket? So I had dreams. So what challenged me first was my first year when I went into the petroleum engineering. I went into FUPRE. I called my dad. I said, I just came in. There is a boy that is graduating in finance. They want to sell his printer and photocopy machine for 23,000. That one could do all purpose. I said, please. My dad was not a poor man. My brother could even. When I went into university, they bought me Microsoft Nokia Lumia Windows Phone. Then how many people could use it? Windows Phone was more important than iPhone. They bought it for me over 100 plus then. So I was thinking, what is 23,000 something that they cannot give me to buy a printer? And I was giving them reason. That my reason was, I don't want to be asking money from home. This will help me if I need to do photocopies, need to do anything. Do you know what my senior brother most importantly told me? Is that what you went there to do? It seems like you're not serious with your life. You resign from, my friend, you're not serious. You better stop it. I felt another failure within me. I now asked myself, was I doing the wrong thing? That is when I now discovered that even the people you look up to, sometimes their advices might not be the best. Their mentorship might not really be the one that will prepare you to the right direction. Somebody talked of discern. Sometimes you need to discern to come to believe in you. You believe in you. So that challenged me, and I started striving on my own. If they send me allowance, I'll buy chicken and sell, and I was growing. Other stuff. I'm telling you now that to be big, you don't need to be big to be big. You need to start with small initiatives. If we go for a field trip, people will be carrying boxes and nice dresses. I will carry a bigger box. Do you know what is inside? Chicken that are fried. And why was I fried chicken? If they don't buy it, I'll be eating it all. And as I'm selling it, I'm eating it. Then if we buy a chicken of 2,000, they will slice it. It will be the biggest size. I could sell a chicken for 2,000 for 15,000. So I knew even if I eat 15,000, I'm still making profit. Then we had one drink. It's not, I don't know if it's still common. They call it Savannah then. I will buy it. That was the cheapest compared to other brands. I'll buy it when we go to the field trip. People would like to buy it because I brought the market to the people. Same like some of you. There are some things that I know in your environment that you could bring closer to you. That should not be your dream. That's what kills a lot of people. There are some people that are, okay, there was a conference I was speaking in Kenya. It was an agricultural conference. I told them that when I finished speaking as somebody who is also in the agriculture, I have a farm. So one of them challenged, I told them that everybody needs mentor to grow far in whatever you're doing. So one of the farmers told me that he has been in farming for 20 years. He was an elderly person and he has been most successful. So I was inquisitive. I said, okay, let's have a chat. Yeah. So he came to the podium. I said, how many birds have you had? He said he has a farm of 100 birds and 100 fowls. And he has been in the business for 20 years. I told him I've been in the business for just 2 years. I have over 3,000 birds. What is the difference? The dream. What is attached to the dream? Mentorship. The type of people I associate with. I never associated with people at the bottom. That was how I discovered myself starting from there. Before I noticed in university, I got into transportation business. I was buying bike. I entered KK. When I graduated, I now thought of some of these big things. I got employed in one of the biggest companies that to resign from, you'll be a madman. Because when I resigned, people say I wasn't normal. I told my friend that I resigned. He said, my friend, you are not serious. Then the minimum, let's say you start a job, your minimum pay is 1 million. The salary is not the most important thing. For those that are in the industry, they'll tell you. It's your allowance. When you go to the field or the company pushes you for one training, that's what gives the value. I resigned from it. And when I resigned, I had already dreamt the dream without daring the dream. After dreaming the dream, I had source for finances, source for material, source for resources. As at then, IGTA was already international. There's so many things we were doing. Before now, partners were coming in, people were coming in. I can tell you for free that I'm not a PhD holder today, but I'm paying PhD holders. I'm not a professor, but I have professors working on them. And why is it so? It's not a clapping matter. I don't love clapping. Why is it so? I'm here to challenge you guys with my story. Why is it so? It's because I dream bigger than the professor's dreams. I dream bigger than the CEO's dreams. When I had some of the desires, I will call those desires dreams. When I had some of the desires, I just knew the right people were in the right place. You can't dream and you don't come to conferences like this. You can't achieve it. You need sometimes somebody to tell you that if your dream doesn't scare you, then you are not dreaming enough. If you don't dream a dream that you know that even to you, if I tell you my dream, my dream, what I'm even living today that people celebrate, I had an international flight I was supposed to catch up today. I don't know if the convener was told. I had to push that because we came back from Nice at Eco Hotel just within this week in Lagos. And that's a conference that for people to attend, they pay over 320,000 for those of us that are members of the SP. I'm young, but I'm a board member regularly. I've had so many awards in my house. I don't even have places to keep awards. Sometimes they give me some there, some I've not collected. So, but I'm sharing something with you guys. So when I heard of the conference, I said, a conference like this, when I heard of it, and it is free, that was what touched me inside. And I said, even if I'm going to the best place on earth, I don't want to say heaven because heaven is the bestest in the world for everybody. So you have to dream heaven. And let me not say this, please. Let me not forget this. What actually helped me, I was building what I was building. My interest was not money. Because the more I make more money, I want to do something else with it. That was when I now started discovering my interest was not money. That was when any money I have, I'll push it into IGTA. The cheapest accreditation IGTA has as an organization is $1,000. And we have over five different accreditations. I think Doctor will understand what it means. International accreditations. We have people we have helped, empowered at various levels. But I can tell you for free that to get to that level of the dream, it wasn't easy. I had to push my flight just because I wanted to be humbled to talk to people who want to get to the top. You know why I'm saying this to you guys? The chief mentioned something that I want to end with. He said, don't spend too much time on social medias. And he talked about AI. There's something I must tell you about AI because I'm more of somebody who supports and encourages tech. Now, the truth is many people think AI is coming to take their jobs. That's true, right? That's what a lot of people say, right? I've been in international conferences. Last year I was in COP 30 in Brazil. This year I'll be in COP 31st in 31 this November in Turkey. So I'm the African Regional President of YEC, it's a body under the United Nations Organization. So most of the times we have slots we give to people. So I'm always part of those things. I've been in conferences and I've seen people talk. And they think AI is coming to take jobs. AI is not actually coming. I want to tell you what is happening now so that you reset or you format. You know, sometimes you have to learn, relearn, and unlearn. What is happening now is not AI taking people's job. It's people who are using AI that will take your job. Are you hearing me? If you have not learned to use AI, then you have not started dreaming big. You need it at every sector. Let me end it because I'm also the founder of prograders.org. So it's a mentorship platform globally. We have over 10,000 people who mentor. So somebody like me, if I want to talk, I can talk for 10 hours.
Thank you so much.
So I would just like to leave it
All right.
at that.
Round of applause. Thank you so much.
That's it.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, audience. I'm going to ask for your indulgence. I'm going to keep you 20 minutes beyond the time that you probably plan to leave here. Because I still have one more round of questions I would like to ask the panel. All right, and I would ask you, Mrs. Modupe. All right, so one of the things that as a young person I've found is, growing also, and given my experience engaging with senior experts, is that even when you become successful, it does not mean that self-doubt goes away. So my question is, how do you manage it? From the perspective of young people, and from your own perspective as someone who has had some success in your life and in your career.
Okay, so self-doubt, is at every stage in life. I don't think there's any stage that you get to that you don't begin to think, can I do this? And it increases as you grow, really. You know, when I was thinking about questions asked to the other people, the other panelists, sorry, I was thinking about myself and say the biggest challenge you have for me is the most current one, because since you overcame the challenge before, you know, the one that is biggest to you is the one that you are facing. So at every level, there's self-doubt. And okay, from the perspective of a young person, I think maybe the thing that should encourage you the most is that it happens to everybody and it happens at every stage in life. So there's nobody, no matter how confident they sound, no matter how eloquent we are with our words, the truth is that we all go through some measure of doubt. So that should encourage you, first of all, and tell you, I'm not alone. Everybody goes through this. That's where it should start from. But then, how do I make the decision at the end of the day? How do I navigate and know that the direction I'm going is the right direction? I'll tell you something. For those of you here, because I think it has been well known or well said here that most of you are Christians. If you are Christians, then depend on following the voice of God. Let him lead you. Let the Holy Spirit show you the direction you should go. But again, one of our speakers gave us some advice, which is what I have learned to do. If I have prayed and I'm saying, okay, this is the direction I want to go, and I have not heard yet, I will keep going. But you see, my mantra is, Lord, if I'm going and that's the wrong direction, pull me back and take me back in the direction that is right. So self-doubt is you even come up to speak. And, you know, by the grace of God, I've spoken in different places at different times over the years. But you come up to speak, and it's not because you don't know what you're going to say, but there's still the little butterflies in your belly that stand up and you're like, okay, people are going to listen to me, and I have to be able to say exactly, I have to articulate my words properly, because people are going to take away, hopefully, what I'm going to say. So self-doubt, number one, hits you at every point in time. Number two, it could get you in the wrong direction if you make the wrong decision. But the wrong decision is not the end of your life. It's not the end of the business. It's not the end of the opportunity. You can rise up and stand up from there and then turn around again. You know, there's a popular saying in our local pidgin English or colloquial where we say, anytime you wake up, now your good morning. So when you stand up, and even if no matter the age that you are, anytime you stand up and you decide that I want to now go in the right direction, then you can begin to go. If you are doing 10 things, and especially if you have a focus to do things right, for each one of those 10, you can have self-doubt. But it will ease up, and I'll tell you, it will ease up when you begin to do things more and more. So the more you do it, the easier it will become. Self-doubt reduces, but it is never completely eliminated. So don't think of it as a challenge or a barrier, but rather something that should let you know that we are all in this together. Everybody has it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, a round of applause, a round of applause. If you are not clapping, you're wrong. If you are not clapping, you're wrong. I'm looking at you people. All right, thank you so much, ma. One of the things she said that's outstanding is that the way you go about self-doubt is that you do more things. You know, no one becomes an expert at doing anything at the start. The way you overcome fear is that you confront fear. And the way you confront fear is that you do things. You do the things that scare you. Once again, dare to dream. All right, and then I would ask my final questions. But before I go on, I want to say that your questions have been taken. And I want to set up the panelists. Can I set them up? Can I set them up? All right. All right, so we will be having a couple of webinars where all your questions that have been taken will be answered. And for the first set of 3 webinars, I want to ask all of you, would you please be available to be our guest speakers? All right, so they said we would discuss it. They have dribbled me, so if they dribble me, I'll dribble the people back. However, we would have that conversation. All right, my final question, and then I would go to Engineer Christian. So in 2 minutes, what advice would you give to a young person in this room who is sitting on a dream that they haven't started yet? They have plans, they have ambitions, they have a goal that they think is bigger than them, and they have not started working on it yet. What advice would you give to them?
Okay, to talk on that, I will first of all start by saying dreams are related to your net worth, right? And don't forget that your network is your network. Your network is your network. Now, what do I mean by that? What will become your worth is based on the people you surround yourself around you. So if you have dreams already, you have to identify people who can help you get to your dreams. But take note, let money not be the foundation of what you are pursuing first. I can tell you, I told you guys about purpose. When you find purpose, money will follow. When I founded my company, it was not about money. It was about giving back to the society. It was after I started seeing myself. Sometimes we'll lobby for contracts. You know how they do in Nigeria. Somebody will give you contract and will collect 25%, but they are not seeing him, it's you they are seeing. Before you collect the contract, you have given him the money. It's sad like that, but that's not the topic. So there were challenges, but what kept me going is my network. If you are in this conference, they introduce somebody from the government. If you're interested in politics, after now you can meet him. Oh, sir, please, can you mentor me? There are great people here, the CEO here as well. You can meet him. Oh, can you help me? The main reason why I am so happy that Ellis is here is because he's somebody that is so connected in the industry and in the career. And I hope that if he's leaving this place, let him help somebody here get a job. There are some people that is their dreams for now. Let them dream it. If he's leaving this place, let him also have somebody get an IT placement somewhere. That is that person's dream. I've also committed my own way to support, to give scholarships to as many as possible. We'll pay for whatever I have to do.
Thank you so much.
For tech in data analytics and machine learning. The reason why is, I told you guys that the world is changing. If you are not changing with the world, opportunities will pass you by. You don't have to wait for opportunities. You have to create opportunities. So if you have a dream that you are building, you need to look at who you are. It's not about Suto. Don't mind me wearing this thing. Oh. When I bought my first iPhone, that was when I had made money to the point where when I bought the phone, it didn't mean like anything left me. A lot of us today, we live luxury. We don't live opportunities. Spend your money wisely now to build capacity. I was going to conference. I've been a national leader at all levels. When you talk about these things, I've been so internationally before now. But I can tell you that I will go for conferences. I will see people bring out their phone. I will be ashamed to bring my own out. Now they go snap me after that. I will tell them, I better send the picture. I will make a few posts. That was how I was doing it. Don't spend the fake. Just admire it and let it motivate you. So that should be your focus. Build capacity. All the people I met, and don't be after money. I've met people that they meet you on the first date, all they're interested is money. When I met Tega, he's not, you might see him look, I told somebody that if he's coming here, don't look at his size. I have staffs that are far older than some of the people here, but if they hear me saying this is my boss, they'll say, is this the person we're respecting in the office? If he comes into the office, everybody goes down. But I can tell you he's my boss. You know why? I was admiring him even when he was not admiring himself. Not admiring to become him, but admiring how much he had then. About 8 years ago, he had, when you go to airport, Abuja airport, when you want to talk of the best cars, is it G-Wagon that will pick you up from the airport? You could identify with him. So he's not, I'm saying this, but what I was admiring in him was, how can somebody have this much money and he's not investing this much in things? And I knew it. He was good in speaking. I knew it. So each time we were communicating, I wasn't interested in money. Even when we meet in his office at NNPC Towers, not anybody that entered there will ask, they will tell you. So even when we meet, I will still keep telling him about some of those things. I've never asked him for anything. I don't think I've ever. And that is why the friendship is real, true of us. That's why. So don't make friendships based on what you want to get from it. Make friendship based on what you want that friendship to grow you into becoming.
Yes, sir.
So please dream well. Don't be desperate. That's what kills a lot of young people today. They just want to live flashy life. I love what you guys are here, but let me tell you one thing. Each and everybody that is here, you need to come up and be intentional about your dreams. Connect with the people you can connect. Don't be in competition. Competition is allowed, but don't copy. If you copy, I don't even love copy. Go be innovative, be creative. Look at how our doctor here dressed. I say, oh, let me dress. You see, like me, I wait. Everybody waits to not wake up. I wake up.
Yeah.
I went to Ghana last year for a conference. I was speaking. Everybody was just happy with me. Do you know why? It's their first time to see somebody wait and wake up. So I'm not following the crowd. This is the last thing. Don't follow the crowd. Follow what? Can somebody that tells me what you follow, I'll give you 50,000. Follow what? That's fail. Failure. Failure. All of you have failed. Don't follow the crowd. Follow the cross. You see where there is pain. Wow. That is where there are opportunities.
Yeah.
I've not even talked of the things that make me who I am today. I have a visa valid for US. It's still valid till now. I'll be going for Houston. It's in SP, so you know. I have a visa still valid for US. So even though Trump has put the $30,000 now for anybody who wants to apply, you go bring that $30,000 first of all. But because of some of the things I had built in the past, it's still standing in. So maybe till that will expire. So don't go for where you see. Don't follow the crowds. Like I've said, follow the crowd. Where you see everybody is running to, my dear, not be there the opportunity day. Go where you will struggle, even if it is difficult. When you struggle through time, some people will go through that crowd and come out after a year successful. You will go through the cross. When you come out after 10 years, your success will be 10 times those, 100 times those people who made that success.
Thank you so much, sir. All right. Thank you. And so he mentioned 3 things that I could pick: build capacity, have a strong network and learn from them, you gain mentorship from them, and also be unique. Don't follow the crowd, follow the cross. Thank you so much, sir. All right, and then the final question, I will ask you the same question. So what advice would you give to a young person now from your own experience in 2 minutes?
2 minutes. All right, okay. So, Kristen. Okay, so I'm going to say this. Let me borrow from John C. Maxwell. He said, I'll read from here. He said, fail early, fail often, but fail forward. Fail early, fail often, but fail forward, by John C. Maxwell. So by this, what do I mean? I think success means differently to each one of us. When we say success, what's the definition of success to us? For some of us, success is just to enter into that same white collar prison. I call them white collar prison. That's why I said clap for those CEOs in there. They are the real masters of the game, you know. You won't understand that now till then. So, but then, why some success means riding on flashy cars, being in all the high clubs, and then being that influential persons that people respect so much. Some persons, success is being fulfilling their dreams. So I don't know what success is to you, but I want to make you understand that success, in whichever way it means to you, make sure you have good success. Because there are good and there are bad success. I think Joshua chapter 1, verse 8, verse 9, yes. It said, I can't quote verbatim, but I think there makes us understand that there are good success and there are bad success. So Christian made mention of it, that a whole lot of things are happening in the social media space right now. I urge each and every one of us, the young people, please try and take advantage of the social media space. The thing is, it breaks my heart to see that even those things we see in our fathers and forefathers' time, where you see people do voodoos and everything, they hide it. And now in the social media space, people are very courageous to come to the social media space and say, this is what I do. And they introduce themselves that way. And gone are the days where you see ladies trying to, you know, keep their sanities and their femininity yet in checks. And they say this is their priceless bodies. But in this social media space now, you see them, they expose it and tell you that this is them. They don't care about what you think and everything. So if the world can do that, what of we in the kingdom? So I just want to challenge you that in the kingdom, there is the way we do things. The kingdom has a culture. If we must succeed rightly. And we must do it in a good way. And then I will also leave this, like I said in John C. Maxwell. Success is not without failures. So if at all you are daring right now, and then you are also meeting obstacles. Mrs. Modupe said it. You will surely meet those obstacles. And that's why I said, try to fail. What did I say again? Okay, Johnson Maxwell said, fail early. Start early. Because you will surely fail. Fail early. Rise up. Fail often. But if at all you keep on failing often, fail forward. Trust me, I think the guy that invented lights, what's his name?
The light bulb?
No, not Faraday. What?
Tesla.
Thomas Edison, yes. I think you heard about the story how he did that research for so many times, right? And yes, for about 910 times, and the 1,000 times he got it right. So the thing is this, like I said in my last search, I said, life fought me back. Now, I didn't tell you those things I have done, that I'm in the government sector and this, of course, I wouldn't have told you things I've done outside all that. Okay, that's personal. But then, life fought me. There were things I'd never envisaged, but life fought me. And it fought me to the point, even to my own family, my own immediate family I'm building, fought me to that point. But when I got to know that, look, when I knew that this was where my purpose is, was even in the midst of those battles, there was this comfort in my heart that this is the right direction. So please take it from here. The fact that you're pursuing success, please pursue good success. And if you must pursue good success, know that the fight will surely come. In daring, the fight will surely come. But what will test your resolve to show that, yes, you are in for this is the fact that you are not going to give up.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. All right. It's been a lot to have heard, but hearing is not the biggest of deal. It's taking all of these things, looking at how it applies to our lives, and implementing them in our day-to-day activities. So this is what I believe. What is generational curse? Generational curse is waking up every day and failing to do the things you need to do per day. Because effort compounds. in 50 years, the generational curse would have caught up with you. And so, from today, as you're going home, make plans, decide to show up, decide to be consistent, decide to fight through the obstacles, decide to get mentorship, decide not to give up, and decide to fail often, fail quick, but whatever you do, make sure that you're failing forward. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. All right, I think that we should take a picture and then we'll be out of the stage. Thank you, everyone.
Please, let's celebrate them. Let's celebrate them. If you got impact, you got insight, put your hands together for them like you really got impacted. We have Engineer Ellis Tega. Keep clapping. It won't affect the picture. We have Dr. Modupe Ativie. We have Engineer Nji Kristen Anyafo and our convener, Mr. Ayodeji Stevie. Let's celebrate them. Thank you so much. All right. I'm sure we're not wasting your time, are we? No, I want to hear that in a very strong way. I'm sure we're not wasting your time, are we? All right. Okay. Remember to fail early, fail often, and what? Fail forward. And then remember also not to follow the crowd, but to follow what? I must tell you that's difficult. I was not expecting cross. I was expecting crown. No, don't follow the crowd. Follow the maybe crown or something. But then I heard cross. Goodness. Okay, let's celebrate our speakers once again. Very profound and insightful thought process they have shared with us. So quickly, we would now invite to our midst the Special Advisor on Protocol and Logistics to the Honorable Commissioner for Education, Rivers State, the person of Engineer Amechi Opurum, who will be standing in for the Commissioner himself, Dr. Peters Nwago. Please, let's celebrate him. Let's celebrate him. Let's celebrate him. With a standing ovation, let us celebrate Engineer Amechi Opurum. I can't hear you clapping. I can't hear you clapping. He will be addressing us shortly. Sir, keep clapping as I give him the mic. Let's keep clapping. Let's keep clapping. I want to just say that it takes a whole lot of commitment, all right, to youth capacity building and development, to have a key government representative, you know, in the building today to address us. So we don't take it for granted. Although the commissioner is not here himself, he deemed it fit to send an able representative. So we appreciate you, we honor you, and we say thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. MC. I appreciate you all. You may please have your seats. Thank you very much. This opportunity will not be misused. Both the presenters and the listeners will all benefit. My name is Engineer Amechi Opurum. I'm the SA to the Commissioner on Protocol and Logistics. You'll be hearing my voice, but the message will be the message from the Honorable Commissioner of Education, Rivers State, Dr. Peters Nwago. Good afternoon to you. Okay, I have 3 sets of presentation to make. One is to read a speech. The other one is to answer some questions. But the first one is to have an understanding with both the organizers and the invited guests. I will start with that. I have a document before me, and it has series of boxes that we'll have to check out. And this is like an agreement between the government and the organizers and beneficiaries. The first one I have here is official endorsement. What we need. Official endorsement from the Ministry of Education. It's a question posed to the Honorable Commissioner, and he said I should relate to you that you are endorsed. Thank you very much. The other one is a letter of support for Dare to Dream. I need to be seeing Ayodeji, something like that. I need to see him. Is he visible around there?
Yes.
Okay. Please. Okay, somebody can stand in for him. These are the things we need to relate to you. You missed the first one, but take the second one. A letter of support for Dare to Dream. The commissioner has assured you you will get it.
Let's celebrate that. Let's celebrate that.
Thank you.
Let's celebrate that.
The third one is a referral pathway for existing government youth initiatives. We have so many of them. We'll partner with you.
Let's celebrate that intentionally. Intentionally.
I think those are the major things you asked for. And he has obliged you about 80% of those requests. Finally, we'll commit to this partnership. Thank you very much.
Let's celebrate that. Let's celebrate that.
I think I've done justice to the first part of my assignment here. You can sit down, please. He regrets not being here physically, and he said I should tell you to please accept his apologies, because from next week we'll be having series of commissioning and groundbreaking ceremonies by His Excellency, and he's seriously involved, and he's committed somewhere now for the progress of the state. So I'll relate to you his speech, which is titled Reinventing the Lifeline of a Dream. Reinventing the Lifeline of a Dream. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank Dare to Dream team for inviting me, that's the commissioner, to speak with you today. And I want to thank each and every one of you, the young people and the not so young. We had a lot of 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 15 years ago. So those people cannot be said to be very young. They've come a long way. So we appreciate you and we celebrate you. Please, a round of applause for them. I want to thank each and every one of you for daring to show up, for daring to ask the question, what do I actually want? For you to be here, both as a giver and as a receiver, you actually want something. When I was asked to speak on the topic, reinventing the lifeline of a dream, reinvention, the lifeline of a dream, I thought to myself, this is a topic I know intimately because of my life has been a series of inventions. I didn't start out thinking I would become a public servant, a commissioner, a CEO, head of an establishment. Just like that, I had other dreams. I worked towards those dreams and I planned for them. Then they didn't happen. Others will say, then life happened. I could have given up. I could have said that dream is dead. Now what? But I learned something important. A dream is not a destination. It's not an achievement. It is a direction. It is a compass, and sometimes the compass needs to be recalibrated. This is the recalibration. This is the reason why we are talking today. Dare to Dream Conference is a recalibration, and it's also another phase of your life. I had to reinvent myself, not once, but multiple times. Each time, I had to let go of something. I had to hold on to another. each time. I had to learn something new. Just as the presenters said earlier on, the engineer, you have to learn, unlearn, and relearn. I had to learn something new. Each time I had to find a way forward. For the commissioner, purpose is the main thing. Purpose is like a book. Dream is like the chapters of a book. Can you read a book without going through the chapters? No. You have to dream and dream again. Reading the chapters of a book is like dreaming, while conceptualizing and understanding the book is your purpose. The world is changing faster than any generation before us. The jobs that exist today may not exist tomorrow. The paths that worked for our parents may not work for us today. But that does not mean your dreams are dead. It means that you need to reinvent. They need to be awakened. Please read the chapters of your book, which is dreaming, to fulfill your purpose in life. I learned that the dream is not the thing you achieve. The dream is the person you become in the process of life. When my original dream didn't work out, I didn't lose my dream. I didn't lose my focus. I didn't lose my purpose. I reinvented. I lost one version of it, and I had to find another version. In that reinvention, I discovered things about myself I never would have discovered otherwise. Sometimes failures, challenges, strengthens you and brings out the best in you. Strengths that I didn't know I had came out. Passions I didn't know existed popped out. A purpose I didn't know was awaiting for me. The Honorable Commissioner of Education, Rivers State, I won't be able to tell his story more than himself, but I will just give you a clip. He's a mathematician and a teacher. He prefers to be called a teacher, though an associate dean in the university. He started as a classroom teacher. Opportunities were missed, but he held on to his purpose in life by dreaming and dreaming again. I will tell you something, it's like a testimony. He's today heading the Ministry of Education, Rivers State, implementing policies, making policies, managing men and materials. This year, 2026, February, as the president of STAN in Rivers State. STAN is the Science Teachers Association of Nigeria. He is the president, Rivers State chapter. He has been teaching for years in secondary school, taking extramural classes and all that, and became the chairperson of STAN Rivers State. He was in one of their meetings because for him, he had fulfillment in conferences and managing associations. He was in a STAN meeting just like this when a call came and said, "Please, where are you?" He told them. They said, "Please proceed with your CV for screening as a commissioner, Rivers State Ministry for Education." Maybe you may not understand the leap, the gap. Why is he, up to now, he's still the chairman of STAN Rivers State, a lecturer. I think STAN is for teachers in secondary school and those who are interested that are in the university. But he still maintained his position. He watched his guard. A position he got as a teacher before he transferred to the university. He has been there working. And in one of their meetings, he was just called, please proceed with your CV for screening. Things that people will pay 40, 50, even 100 million for. He just got it by service. So what's the message? Find your purpose. Pursue your dream. If you lose it, reinvent it. Dream and dream again. Lastly, there was an occasion where he had to come in contact with the current governor of Rivers State. They had good relationship. That is why he was remembered. Relationships and beneficial partnerships. Youths, hold on to it, because you wouldn't know the day it will call coming. Mentorship, hold on to it. You wouldn't know where you would need your mentor to help you rise. The Holy Book tells us that it's not strange, it's nothing new that the righteous will fall, that he keeps getting up. If you don't have a mentor, in that case, maybe the Holy Spirit or God himself. In our own case, you have people with experience that are guiding you. How would you stand up? So have good mentors, maintain good relationships, and a beneficial partnership and service to mankind. That is the message from the Honorable Commissioner. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Wow. Thank you so much, sir. Please, I would rather us to keep clapping. Keep clapping. Keep clapping. Thank you so much, Engineer Amechi Oporum. That was a very insightful speech delivered on behalf of the Commissioner. For me, it shared insights on service, maintaining and building relationship, and at last, having a purpose-driven life. So once again, let's celebrate Engineer Amechi. Thank you so much, sir. Keep clapping while he moves down to his seat. Thank you so much, sir. All right. It's been an intensive session, heavily insightful, and I would like to say that we still have more in stock. All right. How many of us are excited? How many of us are excited? Put your hands together for yourself. I want to, in a special way, also celebrate everyone seated here from the audience angle. You've been participating actively. You've been listening attentively. And we are certain that living here, all right, will be very memorable for many of us. As the next time we will see through this Dare to Dream initiative, we should already be recording record-breaking milestones. Am I correct? Am I correct? All right, thank you. So quickly, we want to run a quick exercise, and to anchor that exercise is our convener alongside our co-convener. So join me as I make welcome Mr. Ayodeji Stephen, as well as Mr. Tomori. Okay. All right. Okay. Let's keep clapping. Let's keep clapping.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for all that has been shared and your contributions, your participation. Now we need your help. I'm going to do that with my friend. By the way, let me introduce to you Ayodeji. His name is Ayodeji. My name is Ayodeji, but his name is Ayodeji. So you can call me Ayodeji short, Ayodeji tall. All right. So this part of this conversation is very important to us. As you know, this is a youth-led initiative. A lot of effort has gone into this. And so we need your help. Ayodeji.
We do need your help. We do need your help. Now, for audience members, what's written on your tag? dream body. You know, it means that we wrote it with a consciousness in mind that you're not going to live here alone. You're going to live here with a community. You see, dreams do need support. Do we agree? Do we agree? Do we agree? And now, this is my good friend, and over a couple of years, we've had to support dreams in our own way. You know, we've had to, supporting dream is sometimes 10,000 naira, really. That's what it is. Because there are breaking points in life that people get to. That you would say, oh, I do have this dream. This is what will make you live. And then they have to make a decision between just having an extra 10,000 naira to be able to make a travel. Who has had an experience like that before? You had an opportunity, but there was just no transport fare to take the opportunity. Raise your hand. By show of hand. Exactly. Now, usually, what we would resort to in the world that we live in is family, right? And the truth is this. What we now have in Nigeria, in Africa, we are starting to go away from collectivism into individualism. That students will see themselves go to school, sent by their parents, and then will have a reality of, I sent myself. And as such, there is a need for community. That's why the Dare to Dream is not just a conference, it's a project where we offer community to everybody. And we have facilitators to help every dreamer. You have a dream body, and you are in a community. And to get this done, we just have to have something. We have to have a pocket. Yes. And this pocket has to be maintained with integrity, of course. And it has to be fueled. It has to have something in it. That 10,000 will not be the reason why you would not be able to take the opportunity of a lifetime. Right? And it is as such that we have decided to not just look to our pockets alone. And I mean, it's obvious that to get anything done in Earth, you need people. And the truth is this conference itself is successful because we have people. And it's, if you need money, where is money? People. You know, and it's on that basis that we would love to have our fathers, our speakers, you know, these are guys that have come here. You came here for your dream. Raise your hand. Who noticed something? The speakers are not raising their hand. They are not here for their dreams. That's it.
They came here because of us.
They came here because of us. So I wouldn't face you guys. I'd face them. And I would love to get commitments, or I would love to get cash. Really. I wouldn't mind. I mean, Engineer Christian already was willing to give 50,000 to a correct question. Is that not so? Do you know what that means? Do you know what that means?
There is a willingness.
Yeah, really. It just has to see that there is a system. And I believe that something about giving is you want to give to a system that can actually last. You don't want to give and then I mean, the reason our uncles don't give us money like that is really, okay, I give you money today, you come tomorrow, you give me money. Man, you have to have a structure for this in such a way that the money I'm giving you, you become someone that can also give someone else money. And that is what Dare to Dream conference, Dare to Dream project is going to achieve. That we don't just feed consumers, we feed producers. We support them to go produce, and they come back to also feed the next generation. So it's on this basis that we open up the floor, and I think that's it.
All right, and what's the money going to be used for? It's going to be used for people. I'm a people-oriented person. I think that within our organizations, and I like that Engineer Christian was mentioning now that, and also Engineer Ellis, I was, praising the CEOs. I have started 4 companies, as a young person, and trying to grow them one after the other. But within our organization, the biggest asset that we have are people. People. The people that do the work. Yesterday, they were telling me that they needed to do something in the registration. And I called our head of software development, and instantly it was available. That's not because I pay him. I mean, he could have said it's none of his business, because Dare to Dream is not part of
the organization. And so people, and so whatever we do within the Dare to Dream project is for people. In case you are wondering what's the money going to be used for, it's going to be used to support young persons like you. You have an idea that you want to implement. You have a project that you want to execute, but you need maybe some sort of grant, fund to start. To start, that's what the fund is going to be used for. And so, first off, before we even ask for any sort of commitment, this is our commitment to you, that we are committed to seeing you successful. I am committed to seeing you successful. Committed to seeing that you become big and better. Committed to seeing that you become the more that we know that you can become. And so, everything that we are going to be asking for, we're going to be, the commitment we are going to be getting is going to be dedicated to you. Usually, they're always collecting money from me. They are never giving me money. Since the beginning of this project, they have been asking me for money. They have not given me money. And so, that is my intention, that this continues to move in that direction. That we begin to pour into the people. We pour into the project, and we pour into your growth and development. All right. So we're going to be asking for commitments from our speakers, leaders, our invited guests. Any commitment that you want to make? You want to start with a number?
No, I'm not starting with a number. I think we just...
we let them do what?
Yes.
Okay.
This is... And I think we start with our friend. With our friend, a good friend.
And it's okay if you don't want to say it publicly.
Yes.
We have
Someone
people
is
that
gonna be
can...
with you. Go to Mr. Chibuna. Yes. He's our good friend. So, of course.
We have people that would get what commitment you want to make. Also, the commitment does not have to be financial only. We want the financial.
Yes.
But it does not have to be financial only.
And it doesn't have to be once. It can be a monthly commitment.
Yes.
So, yes, definitely.
Okay. Note once again, this commitment is towards you. If you registered, you would realize that we ask you certain questions. Questions that usually you would think, what really concern them? Right? It's because we want to know you well enough to be able to support you in a way that is particular enough. Not just, pour resources into things that we cannot track. And if you are getting some support, we're going to be working with you. And we trust that you will work with us. All right. So,
we're getting commitments already, I believe.
We're getting commitment already.
We need more hands, actually. Yeah. You can stay there.
And yes, it could be from the audience.
Like just getting
maybe
there.
You have one trust fund somewhere. A trust fund maybe can be in the audience. Please use your trust fund for the development of other people. All right. Before we go off your faces, I want to say thank you to everyone. Thank you very much. Your commitment, everything you've given is for people. You never can tell what that person that you're supporting with these funds will become tomorrow. But because of Dare to Dream, they would say that they became what they didn't know that they could become. So thank you, everyone.
Let's celebrate our convener. Thank you so much. And let's also celebrate all those that have supported, all those that have made pledge to support, and all those that are going to support. Because I can see a lot of persons saying, I'll support later. So, of course, we are celebrating you in advance. Let's celebrate them again. Thank you. Okay. I also wanted to support, but I forgot my wallet at home. So, I would also support later. So, right now, we would be inviting somebody that I consider as one of the key players that empowered and enabled us to hold this Dare to Dream conference. You know the way your spine is, and then if anything happens to it, you cannot stand, all right? That is what this person has been to us in saying that we close some certain doors, you know, in making this project a reality. So in that vein and in that honor, I want us to make welcome Dr. Famous. He'll be addressing us in a very short time, 5 minutes. He'll be introducing a very powerful initiative. I'll give him the mic to talk more about it. So let's celebrate him intentionally.
Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. I hope somebody is not embarrassed. Remember, we are still in church. Praise the Lord. Honorable Commissioner, sir, I celebrate you. I celebrate all of you. Thank you, all our speakers. You have made our day today. Praise the Lord. It's my privilege to stand before you to talk about, just briefly, what we are talking about here. Dare to dream. What I have here is a dream that started in 1996 and was completed last year. 29 years. 29 years. Praise the Lord. I am a Christian. Before I became a Christian, I played games. I played chess. I played draft. I played Lido. I play all of them, even to competition level. I didn't know that God was preparing me to something. When I got born again, to play those games become like I'm spending my time. They are no more adding up. I look around. There is nothing I can lay hand that can edify me as a Christian. And one of those moments, I had a vision. And God told me that you can create a Bible-based game. I say, how? Before I know it, thoughts start coming, ideas start coming, and I start working on them. Now, the motto of this game is that if you must play a game, play to win a soul, it may be yours. As we are talking today, like what our guest has been telling us, so many of these things you start, you don't know where you're going. Praise the Lord. I had it that I want to do something that can make a Christian and their family to relax among themselves and just have joy, just like some other person used to have joy. Praise the Lord. But as we speak today, by the special grace of God, the government of Rivers State has approved that every secondary and primary school in the states, private schools, will have this in their school. Every school owner from now will have this in their school. Having studied the impact of this game, this is not the game it says for children. Husband and wife that are here, when did you play with your husband? You say, honey, let us play game. You don't have that time. God told me while I was doing this that why people are divorcing themselves is because they don't spend time together. True or false? The husband comes in, he's tired, he wants to sleep. He wants to do some work in the house. And then early morning, he walks out again. Until a day, they will quarrel. With this, you can tell your wife, your husband, once in a while, once a month. But within that time, you are burning off a lot of stress. You are doing a lot of things for yourself. Your children also need to play games with you. We need to relax. When I was doing this game, I discovered that I worked so hard. I would do this until 3 a.m. and I'll be tired. I wake up and I start working. Praise the Lord. But what I'm trying to let us know is that this world is programmed by some people. Most of us here now do not know that somebody is programming us. I discovered that there's a research that was done recently that was called 7 Mountains of Influence. How many of us know about it? 7 Mountains of Influence. There are powers that are controlling what you watch. Those of you that watch films, have you seen that the film you watch, if it doesn't have deception, it doesn't have violence, it doesn't have nakedness, it will not sell. True or false? Somebody patterned it. And why do they pattern it? As long as you watch, you behave what you watch. Praise the Lord. If you don't do it that way, it will not sell. When I was doing this thing, I have approached the people that are in the media to help us advertise it. The price they told me, I couldn't afford it. But let there be that a fire catch a house now. Maybe 30 people die. You will see AIT channel, they will come because they are looking for bad news. I'm not saying they are looking for bad news, but that's what the system has programmed it to be. I found out that in the book of 2 Corinthians chapter 5, verse 18 to 20, God said that God was in Christ reconciling the world to himself. And he has given us the ministry of what? Reconciliation. Praise the Lord. God told me while I was doing this thing that Christians are missing why he sent them. You are not saying, God told me that why we are winning souls, the world is winning systems. The world is winning what? Somebody will score goal now. They say he did well. They tell him, give us your back. Let's draw tattoo. We give you 20 billion. You give them the draw manner of things. Because the moment he releases his back, 2 million children will join. How do we Christians think? We think about how to get money, how to buy a car, how to relax, like our speakers have told us. Most of them are thinking how to affect generations. I am still surprised that in our churches we don't have research center. Do we have research center in your church? But you have churches that have 2,000 people, 5,000 people, engineers, doctors, but they are not thinking, what can we add to make this society better? So God told me that we need to start thinking of changing systems. In that school where you are teaching, you are not called to do things the way others are doing it. Today we have schools where the pastor is the owner of the school, teachers are Christians, but they are helping people to carry expo. True of us. Praise the Lord. So we have a church that is not affecting society. We are not thinking of how will this my organization affect society for Christ. Christ sent us to reconcile system. Somebody cannot tell me that boxing is fun. Wrestling is sports. Karate and kicking is sports. But do you know why they are there? They are there so that you will learn violence. And the world has learned so much violence that everybody is hiding. How are we going to make this Christianity affect somebody's life? That's what we have here. This is a little what we have done that to correct the system, at least in the board game. I can tell you now, don't play this, don't play this, don't play this, but play this one. Praise the Lord. Because I'm sure that as you're playing this one, you yourself will be a witness that it has helped your destiny. And I use this to challenge all of us. In whatever sector where you are working, make that sector speak for Christ. Don't go and do what others are doing. Where's your Christianity? Make that sector be something that somebody will see. I say, I've seen somebody like his Christ. The Lord bless you. So that is just the brief information I want to give you. This is called Famous Family Game. It's good for everybody. Children, adults, so whatever sector. However, we also need encouragement. Praise the Lord. We also like what the Rivers State government has told us now. We are believing God to afford it. It needs a lot of funding. Because from September now, the school will resume. They will need so much of it. I am understanding that only Obiakpo has more than 1,000 schools. So we need to mass produce this project as fast as possible. And what we are doing in Rivers State, we do it in Imo, we do it in Abia, we do it in all of the states. Somebody say, I don't play game because you have not seen one to play. If they give you a game you will love, you make time to play it. May God bless us.
Amen.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Let's keep clapping. Let's keep clapping.
Please keep clapping till he gets
for
to his
Famous Family Game. Thank you so much, Dr. Famous.
Okay, we're going to have a quick energy check.
Before we do energy check, I noticed something.
What's that?
I noticed something. When Dr. Famous mentioned that many married people here don't play games with their wife, I saw some people that I know that are not married saying, yes, yes, yes. So please, what he's trying to say is married, all right? Married people not playing games. So that young man there that is looking at me, that is thinking of going to play game with somebody that is not... Thank you so much, sir. He spoke with so much intensity. I wish we had more
So
time.
much
I believe
passion.
he would have shared more with us.
Yeah.
And his initiative, for me, there are people that follow systems. There are people that disrupt systems. This is one of those initiatives that disrupt systems. So I encourage every one of us, after now, meet up with him and see how you can contribute to this initiative. Let's put our hands together for him once again. Thank you so much, sir. Over to you. Thank you.
Okay. Shortly after this, we have the breakout session and we'll be dividing ourselves into groups, right? And a facilitator will be assigned to every group. But before we do that, do a quick energy check. You say something that has stood out for you in today's conference and we move. Are we all together? Or not together? Are we? Somebody even said no. I know I heard no. Are we all together? You don't understand what I said. Okay, I would go again. I said that we would have a quick energy check before we have the breakout session. We're having a breakout session shortly after this, where everybody will be splitted into groups and a facilitator would be assigned to each and every one of the groups. Is that clear now? Okay, and then following that, or before that, we're going to have a quick energy check. You tell me something that has stood out for you since the beginning of the conference, and we move. Is that clear? It's not clear. Is that clear? Very good. So, quick energy check first, and then we move to the next thing, which is, something that stood out for you in today's program.
All right, somebody's looking at me sternly like he wants to talk. I'm coming to you, sir.
I think today I'm going. This
coming
time
to
I'm
you.
going to choose somebody myself.
I'm coming to you. It's not you now. Why are you shaking your head? It's not you.
Okay.
It's the person behind
Pretty
you.
lady.
No, it's not you. It's that guy. You want to say something, sir? Okay. Please go ahead. While you're still preparing, quickly, I want to just recognize one of our sponsors known as Career Blog. Please, let's celebrate them. Let's celebrate them. If you are here, just raise up your hands. Let's celebrate them. Oh, thank you so much. Please put your hands together for them. Thank you. For those that don't know, Career Blog is a career-focused platform dedicated to connecting Nigerians with relevant job opportunities and empowering them with the information and resources needed to advance their careers. Through their various platforms, they share 100+ remote and on-site job opportunities daily, covering opportunities within Nigeria and internationally. Their goal is simple: to make career opportunities more accessible and help more Nigerians position themselves for meaningful employment and career growth. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you're in search of a job, go to your Chrome or any Google platform, search engine, go to Career Blog. I did that earlier today and I saw loads of opportunities, tech-based opportunities that you can benefit from. Once again, let's celebrate them and thank you so much for your sponsorship. All right, thank you, Ma. Go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I am DK Sylvia, and something that stood out for me today is that I learned that a dream is not a destination, it is a direction. And again, I learned not to follow the crowd, but to follow the
cross. Amazing, amazing.
That follow the cross really had a lot of us guessing and getting the answers wrong. So one more person and we move.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I've enjoyed the session so far. My name is David Undukwe. One of the things that stayed with me is that dreaming is the easy part. It's the daring to take the action and not giving up. You're going to face challenges. The challenges are going to come, but face your fears. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Mr. David. Let's put our hands together for him. Put your hands together for Mr. David. Mr. David has, for me, I can say that he's one of the most active persons that have participated in this conference. Every time there's an opportunity to share and collaborate, he's always involved, and I celebrate that. Please, let's celebrate him once again. So keep it up. It's a great one. All right. So we will be having our breakout session. So, we've been talking, right? And I'm sure many of us want to also talk. Okay, so this is an opportunity where you have close interaction with a facilitator or a mentor, and then you have the opportunity to give feedback based on all that we have been sharing. And it's also an opportunity for us to stretch. Do we have a DJ in this place? DJ, play something. Just play something nice so that we can stretch. All right, so quickly we'll break out into 10 different breakout sessions. We have facilitators that will be assigned to each group, and they'll take it up from there. So to help us break out into the breakout session, we would have persons from the second window there down to this place. You're in breakout section 1. The people directly behind will be number 2 team. Okay? Then from this pillar, right, forward, the breakout section 3, and then from there backward, that's 4. Then from this beautiful lady on white and black t-shirt, we would have the next breakout team down this way, and this way we have another breakout team. Are we following? Are we following? All right. And this is my gentleman on black shirt. Hello, sir. How you doing? All right, thank you. So from your row down to this place, another breakout session, and from the row behind you downwards, another breakout session. And who will I call out? Yeah. Hello, sir. How you doing? On black shirt also, upwards we have another breakout session, and the other way, another breakout session. So I should be seeing our facilitators right now. Facilitators, where are you? Facilitators for the breakout session. Okay, I just got a feedback that they will join us shortly. All right. Oh, glory. I can see a white nylon containing a... All right, thank you. All right, just slow it down a little. Thank you. Thank you. Bring it down a little. You don't have any song that has Dare to Dream in the lyrics? Huh? You don't have any song like that? Does anybody know any song like that? I heard one in the radio this morning. Well, it was a rap song, but I was hearing Dare to Dream, yo, you know, that kind of thing. Huh? All right, thank you. So, we're passing out this, this is a QR code, I guess, yeah? So, we're passing it out. Just scan it, okay? And then it will take you to a Google form. Just help us fill the Google form correctly. Thank you. Let me start with, okay, come this way. Thank you, sir. All right, just help us scan. All right, so quickly, I want to share one of my personal experience, one time where I dared to dream. Yeah, one time I actually dared to dream. And it was just God's grace that kept me alive after I dared to dream. Okay, I'm not trying to discourage you, but somebody said something. One of the speakers mentioned that if you are daring, ensure that it's in line with your purpose. Ensure it's in line with your what? Purpose. It's very, very important so that you don't dare into a problem. Should I share my experience with us? Okay. That's a good feedback. But I want to believe that there are some people that want me to share my experience. So I'll ask again. Should I share my experience? Have you seen Akpabio in the Senate House before? When they say that there's a particular ruling and they want to call for participation of the audience, when they say, if the yea, they call something like, if the yeas have it, all say yea. You will hear that the yea is very, very loud, right? And then if the nays have it, let's say nay. The nay will be very low, but you will say the nays have it. And you will hit, the, you know. So what am I saying? But I'm not like Akpabio, okay? I would actually listen to what we're saying. But I just want to be sure that it's the majority of us that don't want to hear from me. So I'll ask again. Should I share my story? Oh, thank you so much. But at this point, I've changed my mind. I don't want to share my story again. Okay, we have refreshments going on. I understand that some people are hungry. Okay? And the only dream you can dream of, the only way you can dream when you're hungry is to be dreaming to be angry. So let's eat. Okay, I'm observing that some of our speakers are leaving. Please, let's celebrate them as they leave. Thank you so much, sirs. We really do appreciate your presence. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, do we have the facilitators ready, please? Facilitators, confirm you're ready. Okay. So, let's have our facilitators take over their different spaces.
Did you share us back? Sorry.
All right. Okay. Information reaching me is that some persons are having challenges scanning the QR code. So if you're one of those, just indicate by raising up your hand. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So if you're having any challenge with scanning the QR code, Please indicate by a raise. Have you sorted? Okay. Okay. So we need a facilitator here. He's having a little challenge. All right. If you have any challenge, please indicate. Have you been sorted out? Okay. All right. If you're having any challenge, apart from the ones we've identified here, signify by a raise of hand. Okay. All right. All right. So things have gotten better. The link will be shared to the participant group on the WhatsApp platform. So you could actually hit the link from the platform there. Okay. So I want to believe that those that have challenges here have been sorted out. If you're having any challenge, signify by a raise of hand so that a facilitator can attend to you. So for those that have assessed the form and you're having challenge with any of the question, please also signify by a raise of hand. Any facilitator nearby will attend to you. If you are attempting the question and you don't understand something, signify by a raise of hand. Facilitator. Okay, go ahead. All right, Chief Offer. Okay, if you're having challenge with attempting the questions, please signify by a raise of hand and the facilitator will attend to you. For those that have not been able to access the link is now pasted on the participant platform. Once you can access the platform, the link will meet you there. All right? And if you're having any challenge with attempting the questions, signify by a raise of hand. Thank you. I think next one. All right? So while that is going on, I would want to recognize one of our key stakeholders, Pastor Eniefiok Udosin. With his help and assistance, Dare to Dream has this conducive space where the conference is being held. We really appreciate you, sir. Thank you so much. Would also encourage all participants here present to actively follow Dare to Dream conference via social media platforms. All our social media handles will be shared on the group. You're encouraged to engage, to share, and to comment via all our social media channels. If you're having any challenge with eating your snacks, please, you can signify with a raise of hand. So if you're having challenge eating your snacks, please indicate by a raise of hand so that I can come and assist you. Nobody has challenge there. Please, if Mr. Songo Oga is in the building, your attention is needed now. Mr. Songo Oga. All right. Feel free to signify by a raise of hand if you're having any challenge. Please do well to indicate if you're having any challenges.
Hi, everybody. Okay, so we have 20 more minutes. If you experience any difficulty, please put up your hand. If you have yet to scan the QR code, put up your hand as well. I would send the link to you personally, but we have 20 more minutes to go and we are done with the breakout session. Thank you very much.